Uganda.
And parliaments for the welfare of certain just government humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, who may be pleased with the performance of this, the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon you assembled, and grant that the mayors in your presence treat and consider all matters as calm by their deliberation is so just and faithful and manners promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed their charge.
Amen. Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, we have had, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. It's not an easy afternoon. I welcome you with a heavy heart. We've had unfortunate incidences in this country where gunmen have murdered soldiers, have murdered people in cold blood, with the latest being one of the bloggers, Ibrahim, that is Jaja Ichuli, who was murdered in cold blood. As the leader of the House, representing all people in Uganda, we strongly condemn this kind of barbaric killing which is being practiced on people. This kind of cowardice activity is not a very good one. We want to ask all the Ugandans not to take the law into their hands. We are all human beings. We have time to be born. We have time to die. Why would you go and kill a person? We may differ in terms of religion, politics, and whichever, but I don't think that is the best thing to do. No one has a right to take one's life under any circumstance. It's God that creates and God takes. There is only an ultimate end, that there's time to be born and time to die. We shouldn't be killed with a gun. And I think we really need to call all Ugandans that let's live, much as we may disagree, let's live in harmony. There are better ways of solving problems. You don't have to have an opponent or an enemy die in cold blood. I want to send my condolences to the family of Jaja Ichuli, who died in cold blood, who was killed, and Parliament will stand with the people of Uganda and offer all its support with this unfortunate vice in our country. As we mourn the passing on of our brother, our colleague, our elder, our friend, Honorable Colonel Charles Engola, I want to express a displeasure with unfortunate practice in this country where people celebrate the misfortune of those they don't agree with. It is inhuman. It is also uncultured and very immoral to celebrate the death of anyone because you hold different or divergent views. Beyond our different political, religious, and affiliations, we are all humans. First and foremost, we owe ourselves to be human to each other. It is normal to disagree, and hold different views. But what binds us together is that we are all human beings. You don't need to kill me because I have disagreed with you. Because at one time I will die. Charles was there with us here. He has died. He didn't need to be killed. And I've always told people, you'll waste your energy killing me because you'll go to hell. Me, I will now go to heaven. Yes. Because when you start killing like that, and I want us to stand for a moment of silence in honor of our departed people, including Charles, Jaja Ichuli, even the bodyguard.
May the souls of the departed rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. As we send off our brother and colleague, we are comforted by the biblical teaching in Ecclesiastes chapter 3 that there is an appointed time for everything and the time every affair under this heaven. There is time to be born and time to die. Charles was born, and now Charles has died. As a house, as a parliament, where Charles has been in the 11th parliament, and so happened we used to be together still on the 10th parliament. We will miss Charles dearly. He has fought a good fight. To the bereaved family and the people of Oyam, I pray that may the good Lord comfort the family, the Ugandans, and the people of Oyam. We will continue praying for you. As 11th Parliament, I think we need to put too much prayers. We need to pray a little more. Within a short time, we've had bodies lying before us here. It's not an easy thing, but we leave it all to God. It's God that brought us here, and maybe God brought us here for a purpose. We'll continue praying for the family, and as Parliament, we'll continue supporting the family of the late. When you're a member of Parliament here, we become one family. We'll take you as part of our family. I have a condolence message here from the Parliament of Uganda, meaning it is from all of you. The Parliament of Uganda learned with profound shock and sadness of the demise of Honorable Colonel retired Charles Okele Ngola, the MP of Oyam North and the Minister of State for Gender, Labour and Social Development, which occurred on 2nd May 2023. It's extremely unfortunate that the late Honorable Charles Machdrogo succumbed to a brutal assassination carried out by one of his guards. Honorable Charles Engola was a disciplined, hardworking, honest, and a kind person. He contributed immensely to development of Uganda in his various responsibilities as a member of Parliament and a minister. On behalf of Parliament of Uganda, and indeed on my own behalf, I convey the heartfelt condolence to the family at this painful time. Be encouraged with the scripture from the book of 2 Corinthians 1:3-4, which quotes, "Praise be to God and Father for our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of the compassion and God of all comfort, who comforts us in all our troubles, so that we can comfort those in any trouble with the comfort we ourselves receive from God." I trust that the God Almighty will grant you and the family members the comfort that you deserve during this time of the loss. May the good Lord comfort you and be with you. As Parliament of Uganda, we've contributed 50 million shillings to support the family. And the letter is addressed to the widow of the late Colonel, Mrs. Joyce Okello Engola. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we want to thank government so much for honoring our Member of Parliament and giving him official burial. Government, thank you. Of course, we are not saying that we would have not managed, but we want to thank government. This is a trying time that we all have to embrace, irrespective of which side you are. Today, Charles has been killed, Charles has died. Tomorrow it will be any of us. It will be any of us. And on that note, therefore, I will ask the Prime Minister to move the motion. But before you move the motion, we will first have the body in.
Transfer of the casket to the central lobby, from the central lobby to the chamber. Members, can we rise up?
Madam Speaker, honorable members, the body of the late Engola Okello
The anthems. Item number 4, laying of wreaths. The Right Honourable Speaker. Her Excellency the Vice President. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Leader of Government Business. The Leader of the Opposition in Parliament. The Government Chief Whip. The Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. The Parliamentary Commission.
Honorable members, free sitting. Don't remain standing, you can move this side.
The Committee on Gender, Labour and Social Development. The UPDF Parliamentary Caucus. The Forum for Democratic Change Whip. The Democratic Party Whip. The Uganda People's Congress Whip. The Justice Forum Whip. The People's Progressive Party Whip. The National Unity Platform Whip. The National Resistance Movement Parliamentary Caucus. The independents, the workers MP, the chairperson of East African Community Affairs Committee on behalf of Yala MPs, Lango Parliamentary Group, Lango Parliamentary Group, the Acholi Parliamentary Group, Uganda Parliamentary Caucus, the West Nile Parliamentary Group, Busoga Parliamentary Group. Ankole Parliamentary Group. Teso Parliamentary Group. Kigezi Parliamentary Group. Kigezi Parliamentary Group. Rwenzori Sub-Region Group. Karamoja Parliamentary Group. Bugisu Parliamentary Group. Bukedi Parliamentary Group.
Honorable Betty Engola.
Toro Sub-Region.
Honorable members, let's move a little faster.
Bunyoro Parliamentary Group. The Parliamentary Pension Scheme. A representative of the Uganda Parliamentary Circle. Item number 5. Motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Okello Charles Patrick Engola, former Minister of State for Gender, Labour and Social Development.
Before we get the motion, honorable members on the technical bench this afternoon, we have immediate family members of the late Okello Charles, Honorable Okello Charles Engola, former Minister of State, Gender, Labour and Social Development, and the MP of Oyam County. We have Mrs. Joyce Okello Engola, the widow. They are seated right behind here. We also have Miss Sharon Agwen Okello, the daughter. We have Samuel Engola, Mr. Samuel Engola. We have Mr. David Olong Grabi, son. We have Mr. Frank Okaka, son. We have Mr. Fanny Bryan, son. We have Honorable Sam Engola, brother. Then we have Brigadier retired Charles Watcher, family coordinator. They've come to join us in paying tribute to their beloved one. Please join me in welcoming them. In the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have the following. We have Honorable Rose Akol, a member of Yala. Welcome. We have Honorable Musamali Paul, a member of Yala. We have Honorable Kadogo Veronica, member of Yala. We have Honorable George Atim, former member of Parliament. You're welcome. Honorable Lanyero Sara Ocheng, former member of Parliament. We have Honorable Captain Otekat Emily. We have Honorable Okello Anthony. We have Honorable Orot Ismail, former member of Parliament. We have Honorable Nabiri Agnes, former MP. We have Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, former MP. Welcome. We have Honorable Semugaba Samuel, former MP. We have Mr. Bagaya Waisa, Permanent Secretary of Minister of Works. You're most welcome. They've come to join us in paying tribute to Honorable Charles Okello. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have family members and friends of the late Honorable Okello Engola. Please stand up and we see you. The family is there and the friends. You're most welcome. We also have Honorable Ben Watcher, former member of Parliament. Ben, you're welcome. We have Honorable Kabakumba Masko. Honorable Kabakumba Masko, welcome. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have parliamentary interns attached to the Department of Legislative and Procedural Services. They are here to observe what is happening in the House. Welcome. Where are you? Stand up. Welcome. We have some condolence messages. Allow me, there's a condolence message from the government chief whip, Honorable Obua Hamson, and attached is 1 million shillings. Thank you so much. It will be forwarded to the family. We also have a condolence message from Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, a SEC member. Thank you so much, representative of the women. We have a condolence message from Uganda Parliamentary Cooperative Society Savings and Credit Society Limited, the SACCO, and signed by Honorable Megade with 1 million shillings. Thank you. Allow me read one message. It is dated 9th May 2023 to the bereaved family of the Honorable Charles Okello Engola. Condolence message. I have learned with deep sorrow the very tragic and untimely death of Honorable Charles Okello Engola, Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations, which occurred on Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. I would like to extend my deepest condolence to the entire bereaved family of late Honorable Okello Charles Engola, the NRM party, the NRM, Parliament of Uganda, and the government of Uganda and the country at large. Honorable Charles Okello Engola will be remembered for his selfless service to this country. He contributed actively to the liberation of this country, specifically in the fight against LRA. He was Oyam LOC 5 chairperson and an active member of our party, the NRM. We shall miss him greatly. I pray that the good Lord grants us strength, courage, and faith to all of us to endure the extremely painful moment. May God grant his soul eternal rest and comfort. Signed by the Vice President, Major Retired Jessica Alupo, the MP of Katakwi. Honorable Prime Minister, can we have the motion moved, and will be seconded by the Leader of Opposition.
Right Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency the Vice President, Honorable colleagues, I move under Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Colonel Okello Charles Patrick Engola Machodogo for his dedicated and patriotic service to the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas Parliament received with deep sorrow the sad news of the demise of Honorable Colonel retired Okello Charles Patrick Engola Machodogo, which occurred in Chanja, Kampala on 2nd May 2023, aware that Honorable Colonel retired Charles Patrick Engola Machodogo had a distinguished career and served in various capacities in the military and political spheres, where he greatly contributed to the political, social, and economic transformation of Uganda, noting that Honorable Colonel retired Engola Charles served Uganda in the following key positions of responsibility. A, he was a Minister of State for Gender, Labor and Social Development from 2021 to 2nd May 2023. Was a Minister of State for Defense and Veteran Affairs from the year 2016 to 2021. Was a Member of Parliament for Oyam North County, Oyam District from the year 2016 to 2021. He was a local council 5 chairperson for Oyam District. Oyam from 2006-2016, he was a commander of the Uganda People's Defense Forces for the 501 Brigade from the year 2005. Acknowledging that Honorable Colonel retired Engola Charles Machodogo served his country with patriotism, commitment, and a commander of Uganda People's Defense Forces 501 Brigade played a vital role in ensuring that peace and stability is realized in northern Uganda. appreciating that Honorable Colonel retired Engora Charles significantly contributed to the social protection and transformation of Ugandan migrant workers abroad during his tenure in the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Parliament as follows. 1. That Parliament collectively conveys its deep condolences to the bereaved family, relatives, friends, and the people of Uganda for the loss of a distinguished son of this country, and that Parliament pays or takes cognizance of the significant contribution that the late Honorable Colonel retired Okero Machodogo rendered to his country. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the Vice President, seconded by Leader of Opposition, by the Government Chief Whip, Attorney General, by the whole House. Would you love to speak to your motion?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on Tuesday, 2nd May this year, the country received sad news of the passing on of Honorable Colonel retired Charles Patrick Okero Engora Machodogo, the Minister of State for Labour, Employment and Industrial Relations, a Member of Parliament for Oyam North constituency since 2016, and a member of Lango Parliamentary Group. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Honorable Colonel Charles Patrick Engora Machodogo was born on 12th October 1958 to the late Rot Jogo Nasan Engora and Ketura Engora of Awang in Iseme Oyam district. The late Okero Charles Engora was the grandson of Rot Orong Odiro and the great grandson of Rot Orwa Aberi of Iseme village. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Honorable Charles Engora attended Atura Common Primary School from 1967 to 1973. He attended the Soroti Senior Secondary School from 1974 to 1978. Honorable Charles Engora attended Kampala International University from the year 2007 to 2010 and was awarded a Bachelor of Development Studies, and in 2013 he acquired a master's degree in Public Administration and Management from Kampala International University. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Colonel retired Charles Patrick Okero Engora Machodogo joined the army in 1980 at a rank of private. He was later promoted to the rank of major and appointed the commanding officer 501 Brigade based in Opit, Guru. He was promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and maintained as a commanding officer 501 Brigade. In 2006, he was promoted to the rank of Colonel and retired from the army. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Honorable Colonel retired Charles Engora joined politics in the year 2006 and was elected the LOC 5 for Apache district till when Oyam district was created. From the year 2011 to 2016, he was the LOC5 chairperson for Oyam district. From the year 2016 to 2021, Honorable Colonel Charles Engora, retired, was elected Member of Parliament for Oyam North constituency, and in the same period he served as a Minister of State for Defense and Veteran Affairs. From 2021 to the time of his demise, Honorable Colonel retired Charles Patrick Okero Engora Machodogo was the Minister of State, Employment and Industrial Relations. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Honorable Colonel retired Charles Patrick Okero Engora Machodogo was married to Mrs. Joyce Okero Engora and were blessed with children, that is Sharon Agwang Okero, Samuel Engora, and Daniel Frank Okaka and Fen Bryan. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Charles Engora answered the highest call of serving his country as a professional soldier. He was a war hero and played a fundamental role in the pacification of the northern part of this country against LRA insurgency, and acquired the name Machodogo, meaning fire has returned. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2019, Honorable Colonel Charles Patrick Okero Engora Machodogo, as the State Minister for Defense, led a team of Ugandan members of Parliament to Abiska forward operating base in Somalia, where they interacted with the UPDF troops and the local leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, Colonel retired Charles Patrick Okero Engora Machodogo served this country as a humble servant, fearless warrior with utmost honesty. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we convey condolences to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, the entire government of Uganda, the people of Rango sub-region, the family and friends. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, may the Almighty God rest his soul in perfect peace.
Thank you so much for the motion. As we condone with the government, we also condone with the members of Parliament, because that was their colleague. He was a member of Parliament. Condolence to all the members of Parliament. Can we have the second leader of government, leader of opposition?
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. I join the Right Honorable Prime Minister in seconding the motion to pay tribute to a fallen son of the land of our ancestors and a very faithful servant of his people. Right Honorable Speaker, we can never get used to death, and death is such a shameless event that again has robbed us of a prominent Ugandan, retired Colonel Charles Engora former State Minister for Labour, Employment and Industrial Relations. On my own behalf, and on behalf of the alternative government, I convey my deepest sympathies to the bereaved family, the people of Oyam North, the people of Lango sub-region, the Parliament of Uganda, and the people of Uganda for this unfortunate loss. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, this is particularly true in light of the life about the foreign colonel well enumerated, a life intently lived for a service as a gallant soldier who has not only made a contribution to the legislation process of this country, but has also served in various capacities as an army officer, district leader, and as a minister. It is sad that retired Colonel Charles Ngola has passed on at a critical time when we are yet to conclusively deal with the regulation of labor externalization that was so close to his heart. We nonetheless are cognizant of his contribution when he took a decisive stance in cancelling licenses of non-compliant labor agents. He was courageous, and we applaud him for that courage. Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the death brings to light a sacrifice made in the past as the command of the UPDF 501 Brigade in Igulu, where retired Colonel Charles Ngola played a pivotal role in containing the LLA and restoring peace in northern Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, today's sitting, as we pay tribute to a fallen comrade and colleague, we are reminded of a similar sitting we had in the 10th Parliament, those of us who are here, following the gruesome murder of the late Honourable Ibrahim Abiriga and his bodyguard in June 2018. Today's case might be a little different, since the bodyguard who allegedly assassinated the honourable colleague also took his life immediately. The invitation I am making, right Honourable Speaker, to this August House is that we should not have closed our mind to the various murders of ordinary and high-profile Ugandans, like the late John Kagezi, the IGP Andrew Felix Kawes, several Muslim clerics, among others, that we have witnessed since 2016. Right Honourable Speaker, 2 days after Honourable Kero's gruesome murder, another Ugandan, Ibrahim Tusubira Jaja Ichuli, like you have mentioned and observed ably, was gunned down within the same neighborhood of the foreign minister. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to draw the attention of this House back to the address of the President that he delivered on 20th June 2019, in which he outlined a 9-point strategy intended to deal and defeat with insecurity in the country. I will particularly single out his directive to install security cameras across the country and the fingerprinting of all legal arms in the country. That Honourable Speaker, the directives were followed with a supplementary budget allocation of more than 376 billion. But unfortunately, the killings did not stop, and they have not stopped. Nor have the cameras been effective in detecting the criminals, which explains why the state has not yet succeeded in prosecuting any of the cases in court. Right Honourable Speaker, strangely, even the cases that have happened under the cameras, like one of February 2020, when a police truck deliberately knocked dead Rita Nabu Kenya, were not captured Are these real cameras or dummies? Right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker. Police and the police have turned there with another request of 187 billion for the next financial year to buy more of these malfunctional cameras. Right, Honourable Speaker, we are only lucky that the gunman who took our honourable colleague's life killed himself. But had he disappeared, the investigating officers would be feeding the country on a litany of explanations like they do when asked about the extent of investigation into the previous killings and the May 2021 assassination plot against General Katumba Wamala, the Minister for Works and Transport. One wonders if all guns were fingerprinted, right, Honourable Speaker, as indicated by the security budget requests. Whose gun is being used to kill Ugandans? Whose gun was used to kill Ichuli? At least we know whose gun killed our honourable colleague, which is very, very sad, right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, by now we begin to make sense of the circumstances and the events surrounding the gruesome murder of retired Colonel Charles Engola, with the hope that we can find answers over time to some of the unexplained murders in this country. First, the death of retired Colonel Charles Engola could have been preventable if it is held that prior to his transfer to his security detail, Private Sabiti was Captain Michael Mkula's bodyguard. However, owing to his questionable behavior, his behavioral disposition and temperament, Captain Mkula raised a red flag to the deploying authorities, causing his withdrawal. It is quite disturbing that an officer of questionable character was redeployed before full rehabilitation. Right, Honourable Speaker, these are confessions from his commanders that had a checkered disciplinary record. And all they could do is redeploy to a very sensitive leader in this country. Not that any Ugandan is any less important, but that deployment is questionable and probably a point of investigation. Right, Honourable Speaker, ironically, the death of our colleague and his bodyguard has occurred in the month of May, in which we celebrate the International Labour Day. The month is also internationally dedicated to mental awareness. It is therefore a clarion call upon us to rise to the occasion and evoke our mandate to the two sometimes dictated issues now at stake by over-applying our tools of legislation. Right, Honourable Speaker, there has been talk of unprecedented enumeration on part of the airing of bodyguard. We don't seek to justify his conduct and decision in any way. We think it's time to dust the debate on the minimum wage, which has sprawled on the fence for a long time. Right, Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, Uganda is ranked among the top 6 countries in Africa in rates of depressive and anxiety disorders. According to statistics from the World Health Organization, close to 20%, that's about 6.8 million Ugandans out of the 42 million people in Uganda, have some degrees of mental illness, ranging from anxiety and depression to severe mental illness. This should be a wake-up call to the government to scale up investment in mental health and subsequently increase access to mental health services. Right, Honourable Speaker, our armed forces are extremely vulnerable. They are never at rest. If not in Somalia, they are in Congo. If not in Congo, they are in the South Sudan. If not there, in ECOMO. If not there, they are on the Swiss beating voters and Ugandans. Where are the UPDF rehabilitation centers for these officers and men? Right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker and comrades, that I conclude. The murder of our brother, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Ngola, calls for a candid conversation on the quality of inquest in this country, with the many unanswered questions that ought to be exhaustively interrogated here. It is time we invoked the Inquest Act for this and many unresolved murders and deaths that have occurred over the years. The police should this time around and for once surprise the nation with a conclusive and believable report on the murder of our colleague. It's not enough to say that we know the murderer, the killer. No, that's not a report. So we need a believable report this time around as a surprise from the police. Right Honourable Speaker, this unfortunate death should also remind the nation of one of the unresolved challenges of our armed forces since independence, namely, who is recruited? What is the mode of recruitment? What is the mode of training and deployment? This House has processed citizens' complaints relating to biased recruitment in both the police and the UPDF. Probably some of the men and women in uniform shooting our people do not deserve our uniform. You've heard the concept of receive and train in the armed forces. People are supposed with a questionable and checkered history, because they are sent on a sheet of paper, they are recruited. This information has been here on the floor. We must take concern. Finally, Honourable Speaker, to some of the citizens, the manner of their recruitment of these men and women in uniform makes them believe that they pay allegiance to those who recommend them, not the flag. This is the time to rethink and address this serious gap that has served to undermine the quality of our armed forces. Honourable Speaker, I would like to again send my sympathies to the family and encourage you that your father has not died in vain. He's played his part. May the soul of our departed colleague rest in eternity. I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Leader of Opposition. And when we talk about mental health, Honorable Macho has always been with the solo on issues of mental health. And we wouldn't mind if you started with us in Parliament. Dean of Independence, Honorable Zijan.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also rise to second the motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honourable Colonel Retired Okello Charles Patrick Ngola March Odwogo for his dedicated and patriotic service to the Republic of Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker, today we celebrate a life of a man who lived for more than just himself or his immediate family. We celebrate a man whose life was about the triumph of those who would have been triumphed over and trampled upon. March Odwogo, the fire has come back. He adopted this name. He was given this name, which he also adopted, because it gave him joy and satisfaction to see women back into their homes, lighting fires to cook for their families after the war. This should be the essence of living, to make the world a better place to be. If the coward had lived by the same principle, March Odwogo would still be here with us. March Odwogo would not be in a casket right now. But because the man who pulled the trigger against him did not live for making the world a better place to be, we are here today in this situation. The lesson we can draw from his life and dedication is that we should always aspire to live for more than just ourselves. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Dean. Honorable Gender.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of Parliament, on Tuesday, 2nd May 2023, we lost our Minister of State, Honorable Colonel Retired Okello Engola, Marshal Odwogo, MP, Oyam North, who is also the Minister of State in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, in charge of labor, employment, and industrial relations. The sad news came unexpectedly, especially that a day before, he had organized and supervised the celebration of International Labor Day held at Namutumba District, and many of you saw how active, humble, and walked on rain to go and make his speech. Prior to Labor Day, he had notified us in top management that he would be wedding in June, and notified all of us to preserve that month for his wedding. The widow and the family, especially the widow, will not see this day that his husband had planned for him. Your sadness and sorrow are nothing compared to the pain and agony that visited you that Tuesday morning when we arrived to see the minister lying dead on the compound. I have known Honorable Okello Engola, Marshal Odwogo, as a member of Parliament that we share the district, because I am the Member of Parliament for Yam South and is the Member of Parliament for Yam North. But I knew him when I was the woman MP for Apache in 2001. And at the time, he was based in Opit Barracks. And I had IDPs in my constituency and required that constantly I visited the IDP camps. Opit, where he was a stone throw away from my sub-county, Minakulo. That's why in His Excellency, the President's statement, he mentioned Minakulo. As a serving MP from the area at the time, the minister in charge of disaster preparedness was Professor Tarsis Kabwejere, who requested me to support him in closing the IDP camps. And when we toured Oyam for closing the IDP camps, the Honorable Professor Tarsis Kabwejere recognized then Commandant of 501 Command Post for the job well done, and that was Honorable Okello Engola, whom we worked with the Professor to close the IDP camps. Subsequently, he won the name Marshal Odwogo. And Marshal Odwogo was a name that he had to swear affidavit to include in his name, because it was an appreciation for the people of Oyam, for the work that he did to ensure that we returned back from the IDP camps. Subsequently, he developed interest to contest for elective position, but because of his, he did not want to accept. It was his brother, Honorable Sam Engola, who is seated there, who had to come to negotiate for his promotion and retirement from the army for him to contest as LC5 chairman, Apache district. And when he contested, he won with 93%. He was subsequently appointed after serving 2 terms and coming to parliament. He was appointed the Minister of State for Defense, and in this term appointed the Minister of State in our ministry. And during his tenure as the Minister of State in the Ministry of Gender, he was in charge of negotiations, engagements, and implementation of labor issues emanating from IGAD, East African Community, African Union, and Organization of Islamic Countries. We already have a minister from Kenya who is arriving now to come and pay tribute because they have been working on these matters together. He was overseeing the inspections of workplaces for compliance with safety and occupational health issues. And he had toured so many areas. He had gone to almost all plantations in the country and gone to many, very many factories to inspect. He was coordinating ministerial involvement with industrial court, because industrial court is the one that deals with labor matters. He was supervising pursuit of compensation claims and labor dispute. Many people get complaints on labor issues and they require compensation. And he was almost every day handling those disputes. Most times the employers want to pay less compensation and the matters will come to the minister and he has to negotiate for a better settlement. He was also exploring and negotiating for new opportunities for employment of migrant workers abroad. And he had sat with the Association of Migrant Workers and others to look at the market in Europe. And his major issue was, can we go to Turkey? Can we go to Canada? Can we go to Korea? So he was majorly insisting on how do we negotiate for skilled workforce from Uganda going abroad. And he detested employment of housemaids abroad. He would not want to support it. In all our top management, Honorable worked in the ministry with passion. But even when he was a minister in our ministry, his passion for military service and peace did not leave him. Just when the issue of the insurgency of Karamojong started recently, and before his death, he came to my office and sought clearance to join the Honorable General David Muhoozi, the Minister of State for Internal Affairs, so that they go and engage in meetings in Acholi and Lango to see how to end the insurgency of Karamoja. And they had already made a date to tour this place. You can see that he passionately wanted peace. Honorable members, the late Honorable Kelingola was not a coward. Like many other fearless youth of his time, he sacrificed and joined the army in the 1980s and was part of a bigger force that supported the Lango members of parliament and community during the insurgency when we were negotiating with government to recruit alternative force called Amuka. He came out as a UPDF and supported us and moved with us, and we recruited Amuka into supporting UPDF to fight and end the war. He was an accomplished soldier in the fullest sense of the word. He did everything to ensure that northern Uganda regained its status as a peaceful region. But more importantly, he dedicated his entire life to public service. may his soul, may his memory, may his conviction, and may his action shine a light on our path, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Betty. Can we have your PDF?
The Right Honorable Speaker, colleague members of the August House, for the record, I'm Lieutenant General James Mugira, one of the representatives of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, which is the other family of the late Colonel retired Charles Okero Patrick Ngora. I do rise, second the motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to my friend, my boss, and comrade in arms in the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs and the Uganda People's Defense Forces, the late Honorable Okero Charles Patrick Ngora, who lost his life in a cold-blooded murder at the hands of his supposed protector and defender, and breathed his last on Tuesday, the 2nd of May, 2023. I do extend deepest condolences from the UPDF fraternity to the bereaved family, the friends, members of Parliament, cabinet ministers, and His Excellency the President on the untimely death of Honorable Colonel Charles Ngora. As UPDF, we are mourning and paying glowing tribute to one of us, a brave soldier who joined the military in 1979, according to the Army records, at the age of 21, and rose through the ranks from private to full colonel at the time of his retirement in 2005, after 26 years of distinguished service to his motherland. Right Honorable Speaker, we are celebrating the life of a professional officer who undertook various military courses, including Officers Basic Course in 1992, Radio Systems Course in 1998, and Battalion Commanders Course in 2005. Right Honorable Speaker, we are paying tribute to a courageous, decisive, committed, and accomplished artillery commander who fought and won many battles against the Sudan-backed Joseph Kony-led Rhodes Resistance Army, notably the capture of Kaya Town in then Sudan during an operation codenamed Mwisho 1, and the capture of a number of strongholds, enemy strongholds in Sudan, of Magui, Tingiri, Kiti Junction, Aru Camp, up to Jablain during Operation Mwisho 2, where he was commanding 100mm artillery under the overall command of General Katumba Wamala. Right Honorable Speaker, we are paying tribute to an officer who played a big role during Operation Safe Haven in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where he was the field commander of all the UPDF artillery and air defense units involved in defensive offensive operations inside Congo against the ADF terrorist group, which had wreaked havoc in our country, including the Chichwamba massacres and a series of improvised explosive device bombings in Kampala City. Right Honorable Speaker, we are paying tribute to a valiant commander who played a prominent role during counterinsurgency operations in northern Uganda, in the Menakuru area, and as a brigade commander of the Opit-based 501 Brigade, which earned him the praise name Mashodogo, meaning fire is back. The late Colonel Okero Ngora contributed immensely to breaking the back of the LRA in the area, which in turn created a conducive environment that enabled Wananchi in internally displaced camps to return home and resume their normal activities. Machodogo became a household name in the Rango region and is synonymous with the return of peace and security in the area. We, therefore, in the UPDF, salute his efforts and invaluable contribution to ending the LRA mayhem in northern Uganda and for contributing to the bringing of peace, security, and stability that is currently enjoyed in the region. Right, Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Kero Ngora was a true patriot who always had his country and community at heart. In the military were men and women of action. We believe more in motivational actions than motivational speaking. Machodong was a man of few words, but extremely pragmatic, who exercised hands-on leadership. He was also a very good political mobilizer, as evidenced by the massive support he received when, upon retiring from the army, contested and was voted massively as chairperson LC 5 and later member of parliament for Oyam North County. He was determined to free his people out of poverty and worked towards improving their standards of living. At a personal level, the late Colonel Ngora and I were decorated the same day, 18 years ago, in October 2005, to the rank of Colonel. And when I was appointed as Minister of State for Defense, I used to interact with him closely in his office and during our travels abroad to attend international military and defense exhibitions when we would have close, constructive discussions. Less than a month before his assassination, we did share a table and a drink at a social function here in Kampala. Right, Honorable Speaker, colleague members, before I take leave, let me seize the occasion to briefly say three things. One, to join you in condemning in the strongest terms the insensitive, merciless, provocative, silly jokes on social media celebrating and making fun of the circumstances surrounding the tragic death in cold blood of our deceased comrade at the hands of his bodyguard. This callous and cultured behavior, no doubt, runs counter to our time-honored and cherished African culture and values of humanity, Ubuntu. His family members, friends, and the entire nation is still in grief and mourning the passing on of this great son of Uganda. So please, those responsible out there, at least spare the family to first mourn their loved one. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the circumstances surrounding his death have been reduced by some people to salary and welfare issues of soldiers, domestic workers, maids, chefs, gatekeepers, etc., as you have seen on the media, social media. Whereas this could be the first such an assassination case in Uganda, it is certainly not the first in the world. We have had assassinations even of more senior people by own guards. For example, that of President Laurent Kabila of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Premier Indira Gandhi of India, President Abdul Rashid al-Shameki of Somalia, and President Anwar Sadat of Egypt, who was assassinated by his soldiers during a victory parade, among others. Speaking for the UPDF, I want to state, without any fear of contradiction, that the UPDF and its forerunner, the National Resistance Army, which I have now served for almost 40 years, has never been a mercenary force. Our service to our motherland has always been and is out of patriotism and ideological conviction. Ours has been sacrificed through and through so that our country becomes peaceful, secure, and stable. Right Honorable Speaker, that is the reason Uganda is an island of peace in a volatile region. So the assassination of the minister cannot just be reduced to an issue of raw salary and allowances. This is indiscipline, period. Yes, there could be, and indeed, are issues to be addressed, but please, let us not sow seeds of anarchy, hatred, fear, and animosity, where even us, members of parliament, we'd fear to go back to our homes because we fear our maids, our askaris, and our chefs. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, in the military we don't speculate. That's why before any military operation, we carry out reconnaissance on the enemy to establish the exact enemy strength in terms of personnel and equipment, the enemy locations and intentions, etc. I therefore enjoin and beseech you Ugandans out there, stop speculation. An official board of inquiry has been set up. Let us wait for its findings. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker and colleague members, let me once again extend our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the bereaved family. The gentle giant has gone to sleep. Let him sleep peacefully. May the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace. I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you so much, honorable members. As we open the debate to pay tribute to the fearless Ugandan, a honest one, the gallant soldier of the land, a peaceful lover who made sacrifice for our country. I want us to be mindful as members of parliament that yesterday or the other day, Honorable Charles Engola was seated where you're seated, was like you. And tomorrow, we are going to be like him. I want us to debate with the dignity, with the respect to the dead and to the family. I plead with you not to say anything that may hurt the family in any other way, because he used to be like us and we will be like him. May I now open the debate as we pay tribute to our late colleague who contributed a lot to this country. Can we start with the Vice President?
The Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, let me also join colleagues to support the motion moved by the Prime Minister to pay glowing tribute to our brother, the retired Colonel Charles Engola Okello. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also on my behalf, on behalf of my family, and on behalf of the people of Katakwi district, and on behalf of government, to extend my sincere condolences and sympathies to the bereaved family of the late Okello Engola. Right Honorable Speaker, I knew the Honorable Okello Engola between 2011 and 2016, when I traveled to Lango sub-region to do some work with the Minister of Northern Uganda then, the Honorable Rebecca Amuge Otengo, who is now the Ambassador of Uganda to Ethiopia. And Right Honorable Speaker, I can state briefly that the Honorable Okello Engola, as a politician, strived to accomplish the set targets and tasks within the specified frame time when he was in office as a politician. I realized that when I visited his district, and we worked from 9 o'clock in the morning up to 11 o'clock in the night. And he was very resilient and wanted to continue with the program. But we requested him that we can continue the next day. So in so doing, Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Okello Engola served his country diligently in a dedicated manner. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, as a trained soldier or officer of the UPDF, he defended the interests of his country, and in so doing, he demonstrated the true professionalism of UPDF, earning him the name Macho Dogo, which I also learned about between 2011 and 16 when I visited Lango to do some piece of work. And as a member of parliament, you may also bear witness with me, especially as an NRM member of parliament, he was always conscious of his responsibility to serve the people of his constituency and indeed the whole of Uganda, keeping in mind that the implementation of the NRM manifesto is on track. And that's what made him a very great NRM mobilizer. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, as a member of cabinet, he was always on time, and during cabinet meetings, he would always speak frankly, though briefly, but the messages which he would pass during the discussion would add value to the subject matter under the discussion, and he had zeal in the fight against corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, may the soul of the departed, retired Colonel Okello Engola rest in eternal peace, and may the Lord sustain the bereaved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice President. Honorable Mao. Honorable Mao.
Madam Speaker, forgive me for being too militant in drawing your attention. Right Honorable Speaker, dear colleagues.
Meanwhile, we missed you. We wanted you to lay the wreath for DP, but it's good you've now come.
The DP is a very big party and has very many leaders. I thank you for allowing our whip to represent all of us. Right Honorable Speaker, in paying tribute to the late Honorable Colonel Charles Okello Engola Majudogo, let's not lose sight of his chosen calling, that of a soldier. A soldier stands between the enemy and the people he or she has sworn to protect. A soldier stays awake in order that the people may sleep. A soldier risks death in order that the people may live. To keep the peace, a soldier goes to war. Our fallen colleague was a true soldier in the true sense of the word. Come with me to the stretch between the Karuma Falls Bridge, that gateway to northern Uganda. The LRA was very active in the areas between that area and the border of Sudan. Witnessed the long lines of vehicles of all types slowly driving north, armored vehicles at the head of the convoy and at the rear, some others in the middle, protecting. Columns of soldiers marched on foot on either side of the convoy. The professionals tell me that they were marching at a distance of at least 400 meters, which is said to be the effective range of a rifle, putting themselves between the rebels and the people. The LRA had put a ban on anyone lighting a fire. The penalty for lighting a fire was death. Our fallen colleague took it upon himself to effectively defy the cruel order of the rebels. He mounted several operations which pushed the rebels away from that area. He then announced that the ban on fire was over and the people were free to light fire again and stop eating raw food. The people gave him what in Luo is called Nying Pak, which means a praise name, Macho Duogo, meaning fire has returned. To the family, we are not here to pity you. We are here to comfort you. Even as we comfort you, we know how difficult it is for our feeble words to comfort you. This is more so because the absence of your now departed loved one will be a constant reminder of the happiness you shared while he lived. Remember that we are not merely here to say sorry for your loss. We are here to say we share your loss. For Honorable Okello Engola had transcended the boundary of his family and his community. He belonged to the wider family we all call Uganda. He never once dishonored his uniform. Friends, it's not only Private Sabiti who dishonored his uniform. Anybody in uniform, whether police, prisons, UPDF, who acts outside the law, who unleashes excessive violence on an armed civilian, dishonors the UPDF uniform. You don't have to kill a Ugandan to dishonor the uniform. That was rather extreme. But let it be said that it is today that we must express our high expectations of our armed forces. In closing, Madam Speaker, I call for a national reflection on the hate-mongering that dominates public discourse, especially when a prominent public servant dies. There are those who have decided to specialize in lighting fires of discontent in the populace. It is up to us to distill the torrents of venomous outbursts and discern what lies underneath. It's our responsibility to understand that for every effect there is a cause. Responsibility means ability to respond. It is our collective duty as leaders to respond to the outrage being expressed whenever the reasonable expectations of the people are ignored. I call for humility, such as the Honorable Okello Engola expressed. You have heard the praise his colleagues have given him. Some of us, even with little achievements, climb the tallest tree to extol our own achievements. I never once heard Honorable Okello Engola praise himself. But you have heard for the first time how he fought in Congo, in Sudan, making our army proud. I call for civility. We need a new culture of civilized discourse. And it must be expressed above all here, the people's house. It is here where the sovereignty of the people is expressed. I listened to a tape, a recording of the late Brigadier Nobo Mayombo, who gave the UPDF its name in the CA. And he said the mission of the UPDF is the protection of the people, to defend the people. And he called it forces to allow for its expansion. I also call upon the UPDF and all the other sister forces to reflect upon their mission. Madam Speaker, our role is state building. State building is not a partisan task. It demands the joining of hands. It demands that we talk to each other and listen to each other. This country is hurting, Madam Speaker. We need to repent to those we have wronged and to forgive those who have wronged us. Only true reconciliation can secure our collective future. We are all in the same boat as Ugandans. You may think you have a plan B, but there is no country B. Madam Speaker, there is no safe house, there is no safe room in a burning house. Let's keep Uganda safe from any fire. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mao Aruboy. Honorable Cheru, sorry.
Right Honorable Speaker, and my friends,
You know why I'm calling him Araboy, whereas Kano Okello was busy with Amoka. Honorable Echweru was with the Arab boys in Teso.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am privileged to come here and say a few positive things about my very close friend, the late Okello Ngola, before we finally say bye-bye to him. But on the onset, I want to say, just to add on what Honorable Mawa said, to the country, death belongs to all of us. And that you can celebrate the death of a person even if you don't agree with such a person, in our humble position in Teso, is to invite a curse to your family and to your people. I am happy, Madam Speaker, that Machodogo, much as his life has been cut short by this callous soldier, there are no more camps in Oyam. Madam Speaker, there are no more convoys in Kamudin to Gulu. Madam Speaker, there are no more convoys in Karuma to Pakwach. Madam Speaker, the Langi, the Acholi, the people of northern Uganda have now joined the rest of Uganda in fending for their lives as normal, peaceful citizens. And the role Okello Machodogo played is very critical in making this happen. And just like Mao, I think Honorable Mao, he had read my mind, even after doing all those big things that have been clearly enumerated by his colleagues, he was very humble. Very humble. And you know, let me say this today for you senior ministers. You are senior, we are ministers of state.
Switch on the mic and repeat that you salute them.
Senior ministers, we salute you because you are senior, because you are our seniors. Okello knew that he had done all he has done for this country, but he knew he was a minister of state, and he continued to respect those who are senior to him. And this must be a lesson to all of us. This must be a lesson to all of us. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Musa Echweru. Cooperatives, lands, Bunyoro. Honorable members, you're all going to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But we'll reduce the time.
And colleagues, I join the rest of my colleagues to pay tribute to our fallen comrade, and I will limit my submission to a few areas. Madam Speaker, I first met the late Colonel Ngola Okello Machodogo 12 years ago when we were both district chairpersons. He was district chairperson of Oyam, while I was district chairperson of Jinja. I was elected president of the local governments of Uganda, and he was elected vice president of the local governments of Uganda, representing the northern region. We served the local government. He had a lot of passion and commitment. He had a lot of time for his people. He committed a lot of time and resources to ensure that Uganda, under the local government fraternity, took over the chair and presidents of the East African local governments. We later met in the parliament, in the 10th parliament, and were both appointed ministers. In the first term, he persisted and invited me to his constituency in Oyam North to preside over the annual general meeting of the Oyam North Women Farmers Cooperative Society. I found him at his home. We toured his farm. We had lunch together. Before, Madam Speaker, he was a generous man. He loved his people. And on that particular day, he contributed 10 million shillings to the cooperatives of his constituency. Before his demise, he had programmed a visit with me to his constituency again to organize fish farmers into a cooperative society. Comrades, death comes to all of us. I bid thee, Comrade Charles, farewell in the long by and by. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable Kanya. Ministers, I will come to all of you, don't worry.
Right Honorable Speaker.
2 minutes for each.
And colleagues, I stand to pay tribute to a friend. I also stand to extend my condolences to the family. Let me say this, my first experience with Angola, I'll just use that one name, was around 2003 when we had gone with a team with the late George Abola, the late Latigo Lal, and Matia Kasaija from the then movement secretariat to try to pacify that area around Opit. And we were attacked and ambushed by the earlier rebels. But the commanding officer came with the forces and liberated us very late in the evening. And later on we learned that he was Charles Angola. That was my first experience. So I could say I am alive today because of that man. Then, when I was appointed in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I gained a lot from his experience when he was the Minister of State for Defense. He perfected my rudimentary skills of a rebel in the Uganda National Rescue Front 1. And he made me to perform some of the areas where probably I would not have been. So I want to lay my, I want to really thank God for his life. And my message finally to the family is, death comes to everybody. You have a great opportunity to live from the good examples of this person, Charles. Those are your assets. Use them. Make sure that you use his name to the best of his fame. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, thank you. Charles has left a legacy. Bunyoro. Then we come to Government Chief Whip, Health.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. I stand to join colleagues to pay condolences to a gallant son of Africa, a son of Uganda. Right Honorable, in 2007, when I served as Minister of State for Water, as a country, we had a challenge of providing services to the returning population from the IDP. I went to northern Uganda, and when I was in Apache district, I came across the LC5 chairman, who gave me a strategy on the most efficient and effective way of providing safe water to the returning population. That was Colonel Charles Engola. That strategy, we used it in the entire North. Colonel Engola was a gentleman. He was not proud at all. At that time, I didn't even know he was a soldier. But he gave me all the guidance. He gave me the strategy. He supported me. I really want to salute him. Right Honorable Speaker, we have served with Colonel Engola in cabinet. And he was a very, very humble minister. Right Honorable, I just want to confirm as I end that it is true. The murderers have no place in heaven. This is stated clearly in Proverbs 6:16. Murderers, no space in the kingdom of God. So is 1 Corinthians 6:9-11. I want to salute our brother, and may God sustain the bereaved family. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable ICT. I was told that you start with the cabinet. That's what Aroboy said, that you salute cabinet first, then state.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members. I rise to support the motion, and we mourn our friend. I was one of those who rushed to his home when we heard the sad news of his shooting, together with the Minister of Health and a few other ministers, and you could not believe that the macho dog was lying in a pool of blood just in front of his house in Chanja. On behalf of the people of Chinchiz East and Kanungu District, I convey our sympathies and condolences to the family and pray that God comforts you in these trying moments. We condemn in the highest terms possible all those who think they can put down others through a gun. And we hope the investigators will get the root of the matter, what motivated this soldier to just shoot an innocent minister, because we are told they had been together for barely a month. So what could have motivated this? And even when we disagree, even when we belong to different political persuasions, we should be able to engage each other. The solution should not be one thinking of killing the other. We have many things we could talk about Macho Drug. I came in touch with him for the first time when I led a committee of HIV/AIDS of Parliament to assess the impact of the war in northern Uganda. He was the chairperson of OYAM and gave us a lot. Very amiable man, very receptive, and we shall dearly miss him. We pray that the good Lord receives him and gives him a comfortable seat in heaven.
Thank
May
you.
his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Peace.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm coming.
I rise to support the motion in paying tribute to our befallen brother, and as a colleague who he worked with in the same ministry on his first appointment and deployment in the Ministry of Gender. For about 2 months, everything that was unstable, he would send it to me. Until I asked his colleagues, his people, why does he send me everything when he's in office? Let me go and visit him. When I reached, he told me I must first understand what I want to do. I said in the Ministry of Gender, you learned while running, because it is an empire. It touches everybody's life. So you have to be everywhere. He said, I insist I am a trained soldier. I must understand my docket before I do anything. Secondly, he had a very strong passion about the young girls who work in the Arab states. He wanted to ensure that that is done within his time. And truly, at least in the last 2 years, yes, there could be some girls that are in distress, but at least the numbers and complaints have reduced. Because of the commitment he really put up to ensure that some of the regulations, and he moved there several times to work on the bilateral agreements with the Honorable Minister of Gender. Thirdly, through his profile you could read that he tried to improve on himself, that he went to school at a later age to do his degree and master's. And that is a very strong attribute of certain people. I don't think there is more importance attached to education. In the last 6 months of his time, there's nothing he wanted to hear about like his family. He invited us for a wedding of his daughter. He attended almost all the birthdays of his grandchildren. And I wish really to request the family that surely pay back for the attributes he did, for the legacy he lived. Keep together, keep united, keep strong, and keep firm. May God rest him, his soul in. May God rest his soul in eternal peace. At a time like this, it is difficult sometimes.
Thank you. Honorable Local Government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I first knew the family through the brother seated here when I invited him to Kabarole in the 9th Parliament. But unfortunately, on that very day, they lost their mother, so he couldn't come. And when we met in cabinet, I asked him, could you be the brother to Sam Engola? And he said yes. I said, from today you are my brother because your brother is so close to me. And it was very unfortunate that when I had invited him, you lost your dear mother. But the lessons I learned from the character of the late is that it costs us nothing to be polite, humble, and to mix with the people. I want to thank the wife. When I went to mourn with them, she was really passionate, and she said, I'll hold the candle of my husband and keep it burning. I think that was a very strong statement, madam, and practically make it happen. I want to thank the children. At least I communicated to 2 of them. They also said, one of them told me, the late is not my biological father, but he's my father because he has done all the roles my biological father could have done. And I think it's very rare to get that testimony. He has done everything he could do within his personal will. He has served the nation, his people, and colleagues, and there's nothing more to do than to pray for him and to let the family keep his candle burning. On behalf of the people of Kabarole, where the victim comes from, I want to tell you the people are mourning with us, and it's unfortunate that only one person did something wrong, but the whole district and kingdom are mourning with us all. May the soul of our brother rest in eternal peace.
Thank you so much, and I like what was said. We need to know the cause. There should have been a cause why the Sabit did that, we need to go in depth and understand why he did that. And since he has also died while a serving officer, the army, you must take care of his family. Honorable Water.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I second the motion to pay tribute to the gallant son of Uganda, Honorable Okello Engola. We condone with you, the family, and with you, Right Honorable Speaker, with the government, for this great loss. Engola has been spoken of. He's such a humble man, a fearless man, a very committed man in what he does. In cabinet, I sit just next to him, and he's very critical about his submission. We are all in shock because his death is not a normal occurrence. And I know, friends, that normally and naturally we are all scared in one way or another because it is not a normal occurrence. But Right Honorable Speaker, as you said, this should be a lesson to all of us. As you rightly say, today could be him seated here, tomorrow could be any of us. And that's why we are speaking with one voice. And as we sit, friends, we should get to the root cause. Really, what motivated this young officer? A bodyguard is your friend, is a person who swears to die on your behalf. But for him to turn the trigger, at least in our time in Uganda, it has not been very common. It has not been common, and then maybe this should draw our attention. Maybe as a government we intensify on the recruitment process, the training, and improve on the relationship, and actually we should manage the expectations. I think sometimes all of us in our various capacities, you apply for a job, but when you reach there, your expectations and demands go beyond what you had originally envisaged. And this draws mixed feeling. And therefore, this should actually put us to have such a unit in more specialized training. There could be doctors trained for surgery. They don't go undertake the same training like others who do other undertakings. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to ourselves. The welfare of the children of the late and the family, we should really look very critically at it. As government, we shall do our part. But I also want to draw your attention, friends. Uganda is for God and our country, and therefore we must learn to forgive. Charles has rested, the family is in pain. The private subject did the unthinkable, but his children are in know of this. And therefore, for the sake of harmony in this country and forgiveness, we should also consider the children of that private subject so that their future is not condemned to death. As we look towards our brother Charles's family, for the sake of reconciliation, I just pray Joyce and the children forgive that young man and let the soul peace.
Thank you, Honorable. In the public gallery, we have Honorable Mukula Francis, former Member of Parliament. Welcome. We have Honorable Amongin Jacqueline Yala, Honorable Siranda Gerald Yala. They are here to witness the proceedings. Internal Affairs, Agriculture, Foreign Affairs, Helen, Grace. Honorable members, I'm going to give you to speak. Then I will want Internal Affairs this side, Gender.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the family of the late Charles, I want to support the motion by the Right Honorable Prime Minister and also to extend my sympathies and condolences to the family, the people of Oyam and government for the loss of our dear friend at the hands of a rogue guard. I was privileged to serve with the Honorable Charles in the UPDF as a soldier and comrade, as state minister at my last duty station in defense, and as a colleague minister in government. So to me it's a personal loss. I think his service at UPDF has been well spoken to by General Mujira, variously as a frontline commander, artillery officer, and his other assignments, both here and abroad. I'll speak mostly to his lighter side, and the recent ones being work-related, where I was tasked with him and the Honorable Bright here to go and handle the Balalo thing in the north. And in one of the engagements with the population, he was always our bridgehead. We had the Balalo and then the people of the area. They looked at the Balalo, they looked at us, and they started grumbling. So I remember we asked him, what is it? They say they think you are like those people. So, but thanks to his diplomatic credentials, he calmed them down, and we had a very good interaction. So that was his other side of being a peacemaker, and I salute him for that. I also had the privilege later of being hosted by him and his wife at his home in Oyam, where he told me about his childhood, how he survived Idi Amin with his father. Quite telling and deep engagement we had with the late Charles Okello Ngola. On the comments by colleagues and my dear friend Lope, I want to share the sentiments of General Mujira. Can we, for now, avoid to speculate until we conclude investigations?
Thank you.
And I want also to allay the fears of the House about the measures outlined by the President, including CCTV, including fingerprinting of guns. There's been impact, and we shall account to this House, and don't despair. Actually, want more support to do phase 3 of the CCTV to cover the gaps of phase 1 and phase 2. Last, life is invaluable, even more so of such an exceptional human being as Charles, and there's no excuse whatsoever for taking life unlawfully. That is the reason why I think Sabiti knew what would befall him, and he had to take his life. The discipline of the UPDF is known and tested. May the soul of Charles rest in eternal peace.
Thank you so much, Internal Affairs. That is, if Sabit was still in his normal senses at that time. And based on what has been said, we'll need an account of the cameras before we give more money. Because the cameras will help us in investigation. Yes, Agriculture.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Condolences to Commander-in-Chief, condolences to you, Right Honorable Speaker, condolences to the family, and condolences to the people of Northern Uganda and the entire country. Honorable colleagues, I knew late Honorable Okello Ngola during my time in UPDF. I interacted with him when he was chairman LC5, and we also have a relationship, a social relationship, and my daughter was getting married to Yam in Achaba. And I had to find out where my daughter was going, and Charles Sengora showed me the way. I went with Honorable Santa, and his wife prepared a meal for us. And at that time I said, but we are going to eat, we are eating here. He said, do you remember, we soldiers first eat what you find there, maybe, may not, you may not know. But what I want to confirm is that Honorable Ngora was a nationalist. And he served his country, and his contribution to the community is documented perfectly, very well, with the speech made by General Mujira and the Prime Minister, and also by the people of Oyam. Charles Ngora was a very simple person, but very purposeful. I worked with him in defense as my colleague minister, and our offices were very close. So I have known him, and thank you. I want to say a few things. One is that Charles Ngora put his life between the enemy and the community. And unfortunately, he has died a very criminal, brutal death at the hands of a rogue bodyguard. I want to join the others who condemned some of the utterances, especially celebrating criminal acts. As citizens of this country, we should condemn criminal acts across the border, and we should really put sanity in our politics, in our social media and print media. I would like to use this opportunity to implore you colleagues that Army, UPDF, especially the history of NRM, we actually select people to join the army based on discipline from the rural villages. I would like to encourage you not to interfere with recruitment of the army. Let the army do its own thing. The army is not a rehabilitation center. When we go to LCs, to the village, recommend the people who are upright, so that we avoid scenarios of ruthless characters. So to me, this is the first history in our history and should be condemned. Lastly, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for providing the opportunity. I want to thank you, Prime Minister, for moving the motion. My sympathies to the family.
Switch on.
To honorable colleagues, members of Parliament, and the bereaved family. May the soul of our fallen comrade rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are aware that we recruit disciplined officers, but we need to continuously train them, continuously counsel them, and continuously due diligence on them. Yes, Foreign Affairs.
Right Honourable Speaker, colleagues, I stand here in support of the motion that was presented here by our Prime Minister, and I stand here in sadness at the loss of my brother, Colonel Okello Ngola. I met Colonel Ngola Majodogo in 2001 when the rebel situation in northern Uganda was so bad that each time you were trying to go to Gulu or further north, you had to wait in Karuma in order to be escorted across to wherever destination you're going. At that time, I paid no attention to who he was, and I just saw him as any other UPDF officer. Much later, when he became the LC5 and I was in government, we became to know each other better. A lot has been spoken about this man. But when he came into government, we came to realize that there's some similarities between us in terms of characters. This was a very noble, humble, down-to-earth gentleman that you never even imagine that he can quarrel or even kill a fly. He was a wonderful person. On many occasions, I say many occasions, he was mistaken. People mistook him to be me to be him, Samingola to be me. It was all the time confusion. I don't know why. Order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, of course they would do mistake because of the size.
Madam Speaker, we're having a meeting in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with diplomats. We're briefing diplomats when he was the Minister of Defense, briefing diplomats in the situation in the DRC. And all the diplomats were congregated downstairs in the room, and the minister walked in, Minister Angola walked in, and all the diplomats stood up and started shaking hands, and welcoming him. I think thinking it was me. But to their surprise, he went and sat on the side. I come in 5 minutes later, and all the diplomats are confused. And they all stand up again, and they look at me, and they look at Samingola, and I tell them I'm the minister, he's just an imposter. We became friends, very, very close friends. I never called him Charles, so I never called him Okello. I always referred to him as Lao, and it could be actually Samingola here. I never called Samingola Sam. He calls me actually, I refer to him as what? Lao. We just want to enjoy life. We just want the life to be simple. We always amongst ourselves say life is short, let us enjoy it, and let us don't make life complicated. We come from two different regions. There's no harm in calling me Acholi, there's no harm in calling me Lao. That's how we knew each other. Lao Acholi, Lao Acholi, Lao Acholi. He was a wonderful man. We will lose him. It's a shame. It is very sad for such a hero to die in the most silly, stupid way. What a shame for him to have died this way. I wish Sam had been killed. I wish Charles had been killed and died in a battlefield. That would have been very, very noble.
Switch on.
The manner in which he died, and the manner in which all our generals seem to be dying, is very sad. Generals should be dying in the battlefield. Generals should be fighting and dying there. Then they are called generals who fought in the battles. But if you see the history of our recent Ugandan sons who have died in Uganda, they have died in a very strange situation. Petty, unusual, and very strange situation. Even the late Okoya was killed, and actually Brigadier was killed in 1971. I remember the death of Okoya very well. Okoya, his wife was first shot. The Okoya came out to see what was happening, and then he was shot and died. Okoya was an outstanding, brilliant World War II officer, and he died in a very difficult circumstances. Let us pray for our country. Whenever I meet the bishops, I meet the clergymen, I always say, let us pray for this country. Let us also, as individuals, pray for this country. If you travel as much as I do, you'll know that Uganda is the best country in the world. There is no other country like Uganda. Let us unite, love our country, and pray for peace and tranquility for this country. May His soul rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Thank you so much, honorable members. You have said enjoy your life, so long as you still live. No room for hatred, no room for fights, no room. Enjoy. Okay? Helen? Gender. Helen.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pay my sincere condolences to the family for the great loss of a man who was great in this nation. I also pay condolences to His Excellency the President of Uganda, who used to send Honorable Engola on special assignments, which he executed on a very reasonable manner. And I also want to pay condolences to you, Right Honorable Speaker, and appreciate you for supporting this family from the time this occurred. Right Honorable Speaker, I knew the late Engola 2016 when I was on appointments committee. And when he appeared after interview, we got in touch. And I told him, do you know that Engola Sam was my very good friend? I don't know whether you'll also become my very good friend. And asked me, what type of friendship do you have? I told him whatever friendship you want to talk about. But because Sam Engola studied in Madara School for the boys, and he told me I also studied in Soroti, so I clicked with the family. And whenever he calls my phone, just last week but one, I think Sam Engola will witness, they were together and calling my phone. Then he said, now this Sam Engola wants to talk to you when I'm also here. I said, what is happening to you brothers? You are fighting over a lame woman. Yes. And these are the jokes we used to have. His brother is there. But there was an appointment he wanted to make and there's something he wanted to clear. Unfortunately, I haven't even finished that assignment. And I know Honorable Sam Engola, we shall conclude the issues with the people he brought to me. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Engola Charles was a good friend. He was a brother. Thank
Helen,
you.
switch on.
The late Engola was a very good advisor. Some of us were civilians. He gave me a lot of tips in security. It's very unfortunate that he dies from a gun. He would tell you, even when you travel out, be careful which room they are booked for you. We would not ask him that. He said, don't joke with the position you have. It's a position that everybody envies. And then I told him, now you teach me security, I teach you gender. And I tell now when you're a soldier, I've come to gender, you come to us and we teach you the issues. When the daughter was getting married, he said, you know, I have my one daughter. I feel pain for her to get married. And I wanted people to come home. And I told him, my brother, I will not be able to come for the marriage, but I'll give you support. Then he said, but my wedding, you people of gender, you must come. And we had made that promise. Unfortunately, we shall be going to send him off. The wedding has not come to be because I even told him, what type of good soldier is this one with one woman? Because we know soldiers, with due respect to the ones in the house. With due respect with those in the house, they are usually... But this man was a Christian, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Engola liked jokes. And whenever we're in the ministry, he will tell you, you Muteso, you look at the way you are moving. Then I tell him, you Langoman, you look at the way you are looking at me. Whenever we started a meeting, and you find us laughing. Before he went for Labor Day, the officer of the chief whip called me, said, we're looking for somebody to present the statement. I called him. I said, he was supposed to go to Moroto. I think he had another assignment of His Excellency. He told me, now, I am here at the media center. How do I go there? I said, no, finish the media center and rush to Parliament. And I think that day we had an issue here and was not able to come and present that statement. But he came here. Then he said, you know, my sister, I have to leave for Moroto. I said, no, go to the house, then travel to Moroto. After all, you have your wee-wee. And we laughed. Then he said, from Moroto, I am coming to Ntungamo. I don't know what he was going for prayers there. From Ntungamo on a Sunday, he was going to Namutumba. This was the man, a very hardworking man. Right, Honorable Speaker, whenever we used to have caucus in in Entebbe. He will call me and say, Samo, where are you? Come and take advantage of my lead car and we go to Entebbe. And we used to move us together. This was a friend. We have missed a great man. A man who loved this country, a man who loved his family, a man who loved his constituency. Every time was free, was in Oyam. And I remember when he was chairman on LSE5, one of our councillors was given to be a minister of finance. Honorable Dongo Ali. This man loved anybody, despite your status. May God rest your soul in peace till we meet, my brother.
Thank you, Grace. There is somebody who was a very good friend to Machadrogo there, Sarah. Sarah, we are...
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. I want to send my condolences to His Excellency the President and the country, to the Parliament, to Northern Uganda, and to the family. I want to recall that Honorable Machodwogo was a very happy man, a gentleman, a calm person, and he took decisions in a very cool manner. In 2000, when some rebel activity took place in Zombo, he asked me, said, why haven't you told me? Why didn't you let me know? I should have come to support and teach those people a lesson. I didn't know about the origin of his name at that moment. And that is when he told me how he earned his name, how now we are free to move without convoy like the speakers before me have already spoken about. At a social level, he presided over the wedding of my daughter. I attended his introduction in Arua to his wife. He came in a helicopter and I told him, I think Arua will never forget and your wife will never leave you. Because coming in a helicopter, he laughed. But he was very happy. He was very happy all the time. I attended many functions with him, social and official. And we always joked because he would always dance when he was happy. He would dance to Lingala. He would dance to the Lango traditional dance. And I would tease him. I said, but this Lango dance, where you first sing and then you begin dancing to the drum, which now ignites your dancing. He would laugh, and you would think he was too heavy to jump, but he would jump high up to the excitement of the crowd and to the amusement of the public. I consulted him many times on the issues of Northern Uganda. I consulted him on cattle compensation. I consulted him on the Balalo issue. At one moment he said, let me tell you, there are people who are liars and don't believe them. And he brought me a file of photographs, of letters, and he would show me, do you see this one? Do you know this one? This one was already paid. He should not even talk about anything after the long sitting. And he came to my office with that file. He said he was now going. I asked him for the file. I said, please, can you give me the file? He said, no, this is a secret. But when you have anything to consult on, please, I'll always be there for you. At one of the first functions I had in Oyam, when he became the minister, we went together with him for his Thanksgiving. Another time I went for my own work, and he had lunch for us in his home. And he told me, do you know, I am also a medicine man. Said, what do you cure? Said, many things. I cure kidney, I cure lungs, and I cure other diseases which people fear to talk about. Then I said, how would you then know? He said, I know by the way they behave, but I know. So when he took us around his gardens, he showed me one of the plants because I had cough. And I took a leaf and I coughed. It was bitter, I coughed. I took another leaf, came back to Kampala with. The next morning I took it again and my cough went. So I know him as a medicine man as well, but I didn't discover the other diseases. And he told me that you can only get these plants with my permission. If you don't get my permission, the medicine will not work. To the family, God has given, God has taken. May the Lord protect you and give you peace. May your soul, Charles Machodwogo, rest in perfect peace. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sarah, Honorable Esther, Honorable Judith, Teso. Let's reduce the time so that we give other members also.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
members, Cabinet, we need to mourn with you. Please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also stand here to pay my tribute to the family, to His Excellency, to you, Right Honorable, for the loss of a man who was patriotic, hardworking, humble, talk about everything. He was just a man of himself. I came to know Honorable Engola when we were deployed in the same ministry, Ministry of Gender, and when I introduced myself as Sarah Mateke, he said, Mateke and Lango, we have a very serious relationship. And each time he would tell me, do you know, Mateke should have donated all the daughters to Lango. Then I told him we donated one. And each time he would tell me, I also want you in Oyam. That's what he would normally say. But that's how the relationship came, saying that Mateke and the Lango family, that is where that family name generated from. He was a parent to some of us. He was really a parent, and he listened, and he would guide you. Whenever he would see the youth saying something, saying, calm down, you're the Minister of Youth, first listen. First listen before you talk. I have learned a lot from him personally. One of the things I learned with him is that you should not go for any trip and you don't document what you have seen there. That is one. Secondly, I learned from him that always listen and first internalize what you have been told and then respond. And if you feel you cannot respond, keep quiet and be patient before responding. I want to encourage the family that Kano Engola had already made his legacy. Please keep up the legacy. Some of us who carry our parents' names, those who are carrying his name, please do not shame him. Instead, make his name move further and further. For those who are Christians, we believe that God has a reason why all this has happened, and I pray that may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Esther. Judith.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nandu, today don't stand like that.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join and also support the motion that was presented by the Prime Minister I bring greetings from the people of Nakapreprit, especially Namalu, where the daughter Sharon worked before she left as our OC station. Right Honorable Speaker, I came very close to the late Charles because of the daughter. He kept telling me, how is she? Are you taking good care of her? And when she was getting married, he told me, Sharon wants you to be there. And I told my mom, because she got very close to my mom. He was very, very proud of his daughter. If she is the only daughter he has, no, your father was very, very proud of you. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal that in the position she is in right now, let's elevate her, because the father wanted and wished her to be in a better position in the service of the police. We follow up with that, and she gets to be, I know, he will be very happy where he will be when he sees Sharon elevated in her position. Right.
Switch on. You are finished, eh?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I happen to be having a relationship with the Ngola's. Ngola's daughter got married to a cousin of mine. Today he came to me and he told me, do you know we must go for that burial? I was like, he reminded me that we have lost a father-in-law. And so we're going to go for the burial to bury our in-law. The people of Lango have attachments with the people of Karamoja because we came together. We are connected. When I saw the clan where my brother comes from, it's called Otikokin family clan. The same Okotikok family is the same where I come from and where you come from, Right Honorable Speaker, as Atekok family.
Thank you. Thank you. I come from the same clan with the Honorable Esther Nyakun, from Honorable Obua Hamson. So we are from the same clan. And now the late. Honorable members, the issue of Sharon, Prime Minister, we need to jointly handle the issue of Sharon. Sharon, after the burial, kindly come back, and we'll see what we can do with you. Honorable Judith, Honorable
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Nandutu, and then the chairperson of OO is this side. Then we go to the chairperson of Lango Parliamentary Group. We come to the woman MP. Then now we go to opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for the opportunity to allow me extend condolences to the Parliament of Uganda, the family, and also government as a whole. The Bible says there is time for everything. That is Ecclesiastes 3. Time to be born and time to die. Our colleague, Honorable Engola, has gone too early when the country needed his services more. Right Honorable Speaker, I met Engola when I was Chairperson Defense and Internal Affairs Committee of Parliament. During my first time in Parliament, I met an encounter where I was welcomed with a baptism of fire from some of the members. Honorable Engola called me as a Minister of State for Defense. Honorable Nabakoba, welcome to politics, but you need to be firm and develop a thick skin. Because he knew that I was heading for tough times as I headed that committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember he was a very dedicated man. a timekeeper, and he loved his work. He would keep time, he would come on time, he would mobilize his colleagues in defense to be with him in the committee, and he would always be prepared with answers to issues that were raised by Parliament and members of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, we must all learn a lesson from the colleague lying before us, that he took his work seriously, and even by the time of his death, he was coming from Namutumba, but very early in the morning, he had already prepared himself to go to cabinet. It's unfortunate that he did not make it for cabinet, but he showed commitment to his work. He loved his country, and we should also do the same as members of parliament, as ministers, to serve the people, to serve our country with all our energies. We are going to miss you, Kano. You've gone faster, but we know that we are also in the way. May God rest your soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Teso.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I convey the condolences of the people of Teso to the people of Lango. I also convey the condolences of the people of Kalaki to the people of Oyam North. And I convey my condolences to the family of my fallen friend. As painful as his death is, what I find more absurd is the manner in which he died. You'd think that a soldier who exposed himself to such dangers, who risked his life for his people, to be killed in such an absurd and senseless manner is almost biblical, like the killing of Abner in the book of Samuel, who after fighting so many battles, and at the moment when he made peace with David, was then killed in cold blood. As we say in Kumam, when the fire goes out, may the soul of my brother rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Honorable Nandutu, Hajat, and Oo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join the rest of the members to support the motion and condolence to the family and the entire country. Right Honorable and Honorable members, I knew Honorable Sam Engola as Machudong. Charles Engola, sorry, as Machudong.
Honorable Sam, you're still alive. You know, in our culture, when they say you've died, that's when you live longer.
Sorry. I knew him as Machudong, but I did not know the meaning of Machudong. Even the president, Majudogo. Even the president in cabinet was calling him Majudogo. So when I learned the meaning, I remembered the time I went to Oyam with Honorable Ben Wacha when I was still in the other side of the media fraternity. And we moved in the villages of Oyam. And indeed, the saucepans, the kitchens had gone silent. People had deserted their families' homes, and they were staying in IDP camps. And when I went back to do the post-war recovery series, I found when the people had come back to their homes, and they were indeed cooking. So I came to learn that he was, the reason why they gave him that name was the fire had returned back to the kitchens in that very region. Defended his people. So when I became a member of parliament, Honorable Machudog looked for me. As you are aware, Right Honorable Speaker, many Ugandans fell in love with me from their TV stations in their sitting rooms. And Honorable Machudong, I came to learn, was one of those who fell in love with me on his TV set in his sitting room. And when he met me when I was member of parliament, he declared his love for me and said, Nandu to Agnes, don't misquote the love. He declared his love for me and said, me and my family loved you when you are on TV, and from today, you are my friend. And we indeed became friends. This soldier who is lying before us here was really a lover man. He was a good man. Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable members, listen to the lover woman.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I did not know that Honorable Engola really watched me while in cabinet. One time, he called me when he was in parliament here and said, Nanduta, I want to see you. And we met in parliament at the stairs. And he gave me a watch. Listen. And when I asked him, he told me that I'm giving you a watch because I have seen you on several occasions in a cabinet when you are asking for what time it is from honorable colleagues. So I have given you this watch for you to keep time. The soldier who is lying before us here, right honorable Speaker, was a gifter. And when I shared with one of the colleagues, he also told me that Honorable Engola also bought for me a watch. So he was a gifter. It is rare to find a soldier gifting, but he was a gifter.
No, most soldiers gift. No. Soldiers are very calm people, they gift. You see,
I withdraw.
Charity brought me a perfume.
I withdraw, right honorable Speaker. So, we really condole with the family. Like others have said, he's a person who had fought wars, but he had never gone on TV stations and radio stations to declare himself how he has fought. He was really a humble soldier. We condole with the family, be firm, and we pray to God that he's granted internal peace.
Thank you,
right honorable.
Thank you. Hajat Judy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join the colleagues to support this motion to pay a tribute to our gallant son who's lying before us here. Right Honorable Speaker, if you experienced what we went through because of the war in northern Uganda, when you talk about what this gentleman who has lied here did to pacify northern Uganda, you cannot just say it lightly. Unless you had it as a history, you can just talk about it like reading a book that talked about it, maybe one of those former leaders. But if you were there when we were crucified, when our ears are cut, when the roads are blocked, when our people could not reach Kampala, when we could take 1 full week to come from West Nile to Kampala, it is saddened that we have lost one of those who have sacrificed to create a peace in that region. But today is here. Right Honorable Speaker, as anxious as I was when I saw my name on a camera that I have been appointed a state minister, defense in charge of veteran affairs, I was so anxious that I had to look around because I don't have any background of being a military and that I was in the Ministry of Defense. So my first thinking was, who were the ministers who were in that office that I had to look for? Honorable Minister, I looked for Charles. I looked for the minister I replaced. Then I even looked for our former clerk. I wanted them to take me through and tell me how they were doing it there. Charles told me, where you are, it is formalized. It is the best place that you are going to enjoy. Just respect yourself, follow the rules, you will not get any problem. That is what he told me. 2 weeks ago here, Right Honorable Speaker, because of the challenges of the raiders we are facing in Karamoja sub-region. One of the MPs of Otuko stood up here and he said she told us that I wish still Charles was the minister in defense. Because when he was there, he did not suffer the way they are suffering with these Karamajongs. So I stood here, I said, kindly, my sister, we shall also do exactly the way Charles was doing. After committing myself that we are going to go to Otuke with you, I had to go and look for Charles. I said, Charles, you created a shoes that we are failing to put our legs on. Therefore, I have promised my colleagues that I'm going to go to Otuke, but I will not go there alone. I am waiting for you. Give me a day, then we go together, so that I will learn from you how you were doing it. And he promised me that, my sister, we are going to go together. That is my area of profession. But before we do that, today is here. Very unfortunate and saddened. Right Honorable Speaker, I felt so bad and I asked so many questions. One, a senior soldier, why did he decide to open the door towards where the gun was coming from? Why didn't he use the other, hide himself first, then plan to see who the enemy is? I have so many questions that I cannot answer. And he's not there not to answer any of them. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you so much. God's timing is never ours. Then Judith. Judith, chairperson, Lango Parliamentary Group. Next, then we shall have a woman MP of Oyam. Then we shall have the shadow gender, shadow internal affairs, shadow.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join the rest of my colleagues here to convey my sincere condolences to the family, to the President, to this Parliament, and to the people of Oyame North. A giant is lying before us, emotionless, he can't hear us, definitely. And if he had a way, I'm sure he would have told us how certain words to say here. But I want to thank General Mujira for speaking on behalf of your UPDF and actually Minister of Defense. You were that was very brilliant. I want to speak as a person who in the ministry, and just like my sister, Hajat Huda, it was very helpful to us to settle in. But to me, at a personal level, he took me to his home with his wife there. I thought I was the only special minister who had gone to eat from his home. Not until today that I got to know that everyone who went there ate a lot of food. I promised that I would revenge if he came to my place. And we're building some churches together as a legacy to our parents and the community. He was doing that and he wanted to wed in that place. It's painful. It's painful. He loved his people there. But more so, he loved his family and he loved Uganda. Where you and me, where our passions are. People who take the prevailing peace lightly to celebrate evil. Where is our passion? The name Mashodwoko people have spoken about, nobody has spoken about the bees in the same camp, Zambia. Where the Konyi, they were hiding and he had to start also the fire and some beehives, and got other people running, and the Kony rebels thought he was a witch, that he had started the bees. He was quite a commander, but above all, he was a nationalist. Are we tribal? Are we regional? Can we measure up to Honorable Machodwogo? What is your scale out of 10? You. Machodwogo, you played your part. You loved this country. You became a soldier. I know on 1st of May, when one minister lowered your rank as a lieutenant, she referred to you as a lieutenant colonel. You were disturbed. He said, how can she say that before my commander-in-chief when I want to be elevated? He wished he could be a brigadier general. I wish I had the powers. May your soul rest in peace.
Thank you so much, Honorable Judith. 2 minutes. Judith is a chairperson of Lango Parliamentary Group.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this chance to thank you for being a strong woman in this Parliament. On behalf of the people of Lango sub-region, and on behalf of the members of Lango Parliamentary Group, we are not taking this debate for granted. Thank you so much, various caucuses that are in this Parliament, for standing with us, the Lango people. Right Honorable Speaker, we are blowing the trumpet of the late Machodwogo. Actually, Machodwogo had been a very powerful person in Lango sub-region. He's remembered by the experiences that we are discussing here, we are bringing forward. He could not blow his own trumpet. It is us talking about him depending on the experiences or the encounters that we had with him when he was still alive. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Machodwogo died at the time when we needed him most. Honorable Machodwogo, being a great hero in Lango and given the name Machodwogo, yes, the fire is back. Right Honorable Speaker, the time when there was a lot of insurgency, I remember very well, though I was a young girl and we were sleeping in the bush. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to give this brief experience in 30 seconds. Women suffered with the children, with the general public, and they were not able to cook. They were not able to set fire. If you could set fire, then the rebels would see you, would see the smoke. And the women were going hungry together with their children and others. Right Honorable Speaker, when Machodwogo jumped up and said, I must die for my people, he fought the battle. He chased away the Lord's Resistance Army, and peace prevailed in Lango. And up to now, we are enjoying the peace that the late Machodwogo brought in Lango, given the name Machodwogo, because we are now cooking and the children can eat. Right Honorable, briefly, I want to say, Right Honorable, the late Machodwogo was development-oriented and action-oriented. He was a person who loved education. He gave his land for the construction of a technical school, which he didn't do. He had already acquired the land. He was promoting agriculture. He made sure he put very many demonstration gardens in Lango, including coffee growing. Right Honorable, given this chance, let me say that the government, having listened to all this debate, please let the government come in to construct a technical school in Oyam in his name, because the land is already there. It's only a matter of talking to the people who are there to really. Yes, Right Honorable, for his remembrance, let the technical school be constructed in the land that he had already acquired. That is one. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issues of agriculture, he had promoted the growing of avocado, avocado, the growing of coffee, among others. Right Honorable, right now, Lango sub-region and the entire northern Uganda has not yet received coffee seedlings from government. And the season is going. Right Honorable, to remember him as a great farmer, as somebody who has been promoting farming in Lango sub-region. At an earliest opportunity that we are experiencing rain, and you know very well that, Right Honorable, we only experience rain, much rain in the first season. Let us be availed with coffee seedlings. Our farmers are already ready in order to remember him. Government needs about 20 billion bags of coffee for export, and government is able to raise only 8 million bags right now. We have vast land that we can promote coffee growing and remember him for that. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to mention here that Colonel Macho Duogo served in this country selflessly. Right Honorable Speaker, if he could be given chance, much as he has died, to be promoted posthumously by His Excellency the President, let him be promoted, let his family be supported with the benefits that they really deserve. That is my humble request, Right Honorable Speaker. While I conclude, Right Honorable, we are grieving, we are mourning, everybody is touched, everyone is asking questions. Right Honorable, please. Let me conclude. Right Honorable Speaker, we are grieving, everybody is touched, and we are all asking many questions. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like, on behalf of the people of Lango, we are requesting government to avail us the substantial report of the death of the Right Honorable Macho Duogo, the late Macho Duogo, who has been a minister, who has been a member of parliament, and who has really served this country tirelessly. We need that report so that our hearts will be at rest if we have known really what caused the shooting by the bodyguard. Right Honorable, I beg to submit this. I thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Alum Santa. Is a woman member of parliament. Of Oyam, where the late, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Oyam and on my own behalf, I stand here with deep sorrow to pay tribute to our gallant son, the late retired Colonel Honorable Charles Okelingola Mashoduogo, who happened to be my very good friend, my very good colleague, my area MP for Yam County North, my defender, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my Siginola, and Madam Speaker, I met the late when I was a student in Bombo SS, and we used to cross the barracks going to school. One thing that he taught us was discipline, that when you are crossing the barracks, you have to be disciplined. You have to greet Abari. And when you come, when the flag is being pulled down, you have to stand still and don't walk, and you look straight. That was him, his mentorship, right from my student days. Madam Speaker, it was of a big shock and surprise to us to hear the brutal murder of Honorable Machuduogo, something which is very difficult for us to comprehend, and it's really so terrifying, Madam Speaker. The people of Uyam are so scared and worried. They are asking the big question that what will happen to us now that Machuduogo is not there? Who will be our defender, Madam Speaker, now that Machuduogo is? Because of that, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Machuduogo, to very many people, was a very brave man, highly courageous, a man who would do anything for the sake of his people, a man who would sacrifice his life for the sake of others. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the name Machuduogo was given by the women of Uyam. I got married along that time when the insurgency was at its highest, Madam Speaker. The women, as we all know, bear the greater burden of wars and the children. There was no cooking, women would not fetch water, women would not fetch firewood, but whenever he was around, all those would happen, Madam Speaker. And the women gave him the name Machuduogo. And I would like to salute him for that. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Charles Okele Ngola was really a gallant son. He was a member of parliament for my county, South. And I want to mention this, Madam Speaker, because there's a lesson that we can learn. We had a very good working relationship with the Honorable Minister. I am from the UPC, he was from the NRM, but he was very developmental. Never at any one time did he interfere with any of my program, to the extent that all my Women's Day were never interrupted, to the extent that people used to wonder. And Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sam Ngola was here, used to tease us that for me, I'm a luch. A luch means somebody who does something on the opposite or upside down. That why do you support that aluch? Then he would off. But, Right Honorable Speaker, this is a lesson that we can learn. The constituency are big enough for all of us if we choose to follow that example that he gave us. Madam Speaker, he was a family man. I would like to thank the wife and the children that the legacy that he has given out, whenever anybody would go to his home, you would eat. We would eat together with even the soldiers. As we were eating this side, the soldiers and the bodyguards would also be eating the other side. I feel so bad to hear people say it was because of pay, it was because of this and that. Madam Speaker, this record must be corrected. Madam Speaker, allow me to mention something very briefly. He was a farmer. Many colleagues have mentioned on that. We have apple only in Laos in his farm, and so many other farming activities. My sister, the chairperson, has mentioned this, and I would like to add my voice to us that let government support us. There were many other developmental initiatives, Madam Speaker. We were following the issue of tarmacking the road from Aboke to Bobi, the district hospital that he was following together with us. And I would like to request that all this and paying of the orphans that he was taking care of, that in remembrance for the great work that he did, may we grant this wish of his. And finally, he was retired colonel. I want to join and add my voice that his wish of becoming a brigadier general could if I may request, must be granted. Finally, Madam Speaker, allow me to thank you, first of all, the government, and you, our Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Anita Mong, and Honourable Thomas Tayebwa, for standing with us, and honourable colleagues, I want to thank you so much as the Member of Parliament for standing with the family and for being with us. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker, to allow my colleagues also to pay tribute, I want to say, may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you so much. Fortunate.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to join my colleagues.
Reduce the time.
And you in paying tribute to our fallen colleague as the Shadow Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development. For the little time I interacted with him, I knew him as a passionate man who was mostly passionate about the rights of workers. He was so passionate about workers, especially the migrant workers. Right Honourable Speaker, there is no better way to pay tribute to our fallen colleague than to push on the causes he fought for so dearly. That's the only way we can pay him back, because he has fought the race, he has done his part. It's now upon us as leaders to take on what he would have done if he was still on this earth. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Abdallah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I condone with the bereaved family of the late Honourable Minister.
Honourable members, don't go out. Let's see our colleague off.
And Right Honourable Speaker, a lot has been said, but we must learn, reflect, and pick a leaf from what has been said about the deceased. On my part, as the Shadow Minister, assassination of key figures in government has taken a different trend. Before the shooting of Honorable Angola, there was an attempt on General Katumba, as all of you remember, on his life, and 37 others who had been killed under the gun. Right Honourable members, as we condone right now, I call upon you to reflect on what he has done for this great nation, and we live to what he has been committed towards the government, towards good governance, and our country is concerned. The issue of CCTV, security, as the Right Honourable Speaker has said, we must all, as members of Parliament, call upon police to account for the operations and the funds so far which have been allocated in that area. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Honourable Bedi Gwanika.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I had an opportunity to listen in among the neighbors of the late Colonel when I visited his home on the day of his death. Their testimonies were clear that the Colonel was a good neighbor. Their testimonies were clear that the Colonel was a humble man, he was an honest man, and he provided to them extra security by his presence. Right Honourable Speaker, I've listened from the tribute of one of the most brilliant generals in this country, Lieutenant General Mugira. I want to ask...
That is not enough clap. Can you clap for General?
I know him, he's that level. I want to ask the UPDF and all the security. Thank you, Right Honourable. Let us use this opportunity to profile the people who are providing VVIP protection to our very important people. When you look at that summit, there are issues of profile.
Honorable Charity, have you heard profiling of VVIP protection security?
Yes, because we need to take care of these very important people. And one of the standards should be to stay calm in times of stress. That is one of the standards of a VVIP. I want to request that while we are mourning, the security should go in that area so that the right people protect the VVIPs of this country. I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Charity. Lango Acholi Parliamentary Group. Acholi Parliamentary Group.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Acholi sub-region, on behalf of the people of Amuru district, and on behalf of the people of Kilak North, I stand here to pay tribute to a gallant son of Uganda, a gallant son of northern Uganda, and a gallant son of Lango sub-region. Retired Colonel Charles Okello Mach Odugo. That Honorable Speaker, I used to call this gallant son Lord Odugo. And that was because during his time when he was the chairman LC5, he would cane the youth who are not serious, who are drinking during the time when you are supposed to be working. And then people used to refer to him, meaning that if you don't do work that is productive, he will cane you. Lord is cane. Honorable Speaker, this is a man who survived the LRA. Honorable Speaker, I was one of the child who was abducted by the LRA. And I participated to fight in the bush. And right Honorable Speaker, the people and the commanders of LRA,
You're
a great
together with
war in northern Uganda.
You're together with Mapinduzi. In the bush.
Right Honorable Speaker, many commanders of UPDF lost their life in northern Uganda during the war. And if you know such a man who fought LRA, and he came and survived that war, and is killed by a private, it is something very painful to the people of northern Uganda, and painful to Uganda as a whole. That Honorable Speaker, we need to do something serious on this, and it must be investigated well. We have a problem in Uganda. It starts from recruitment. The people who go for recruitment sometimes, they go with names of people already written. We have had these cases in northern Uganda. People who go for recruitment, they find already they have gone with their names. There is corruption. Even those who go to work and fight in Somalia, some of them bribe their ways to go to Somalia. Even those who are deployed to guard people, the VVIP people, some of them bribe their way to be guarding the people there. And therefore it is important that for now, government will make sure that recruitment process and even deployment must be on merits. We feel the pain as people of northern Uganda, and we have lost a lot, which has been very, very grieving to us, the people of northern Uganda. That Honorable Speaker, I therefore pay tribute, and I wish the gallant son to rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Seungu, representing Buganda. You know, we have to give the body to the family. After that, we will have Honorable Kavuma. Kavuma is different from... Yes?
Thank you, Madam.
I don't know the titles. That's why I'm calling Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the motion and I pay condolences to the family. Madam Speaker, I first met the deceased in the Appointments Committee. And indeed, in the Appointments Committee, some of us thought that he was still a serving soldier, but when he submitted all his documents,
we discovered that he had been serving as an LCF chairman for some good time. And he took up that ministry which he served very diligently. But Madam Speaker, there was an election in Omoro when I was still the DP whip and my president was Norbert Mao, who left us of recent. And we went for that campaign.
Norbert Mao has not left DP, he's still there.
He either left me or I left him. So when we went to Omoro for Pamela's campaign, the late was a minister who came with his vehicles and security. And I was so proud that he became tough. I said, now these people are going to lose this election. A minister, serving minister, is here campaigning with government vehicles. But fortunately, with the command and respect, I talked to one of his officers. I told him, please, tell the minister he cannot be here with a government vehicle during campaigns. And what was so beautiful, and the respect I command this gentleman, deceased, he directed this vehicle of the ministers and the army to move away, and he walked diligently leaving their campaign rally. For us, we are covering, taking all our recordings. They became negative at the end of the day because he had moved and he behaved diligently. So when you talk about to him and the soldiers, as a serving soldier, I sincerely, from even that very time, me as a backbencher, he feared me. Because I was a member of parliament, he removed these vehicles and went on to campaigning. Madam Speaker, I am on record and well known that I taught in the army for 10 years. When you talk about General Mujira and others, I know them. Basically him, we can even speak the same language sometime. But
which one?
The issue I would like to emphasize has been said by Dr. Bedi Wanika. Let us go back those norms of the army. I don't agree, and I will not agree, and we will continue disagreeing with this house, allowing civilians to be guarded by army men. It's wrong. He is a colonel. You see what has happened to him. And he has been serving diligently. But this business, they have run away from infantry. Now they want to be served by military police. Military police is mandated to safeguard and discipline the army. The other, which is infantry, private, whether he was serving, the speaker is here, a very big person in the country. He's guarded by police. Who are you to leave infantry? You want military police to guard you. And then when you get this soldier, you were private, you fail to look after him very diligently. What do you expect to get out of him? Sometimes they also run out of their cool. So I pray, the family, we pray for you. We shall continue praying for you. It's painful. This gentleman, even in the corridors, in our lobby, has been very friendly to us. I served with the Madam Speaker, with the Honorable Samuel Ngola. We were together here, and he knows I used to argue with him, pulling him to DP, and was refusing staying in NRM. But at the end of the day, we would remain very good friends. We shall miss him. Madam Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, through the Prime Minister, kindly pay strict attention. Let those officers, by the way, even a private like a Sewu, member of parliament, if I don't qualify by the powers of the speaker to get, I must apply for him. And after applying for him, I must pay some money to government as a source of income and look after that person. Can revisit that area? Otherwise, it's unfair and people are complaining. But let him rest in eternal peace. Buganda Kingdom, Buganda, as a member of, not, I would like to speak as Sewungu, and Buganda, we also feel sorry for the loss of this person. May he so rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Kavuma.
Right Honorable Speaker, the bereaved family, the late honorable members of parliament, and all of you mourners. For record, my name is Major General Sam Kavuma, and I'm one of the 10 members of parliament representing Uganda People's Defense Forces in the 11th parliament. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make a few remarks in paying tribute to the comrade Ngola Charles. I insisted on speaking because of many reasons, but the main ones are two. One is that I'm a member of the mighty family.
Please switch on.
Mighty family of UPDF, where Comrade Charles worked for 44 years, although he worked for 26 years in active capacity, but in UPDF, once you are UPDF, you will always be a UPDF. And when you retire, you remain in reserve. So we are still counting him. But the other reason why I wanted to speak was that in my career, I've been in the service for the last 42 years. Out of those 42, 20, I spent those 20 years in northern Uganda, in Acholi, in Lango, in Teso, in Karamoja. So I worked closely, and I'm a close friend of Angola. Now let me quickly begin with the family. Why do we call ourselves a family? When we join UPDF, or NRA before UPDF, of course we come from different families. But when we join, we form one family called UPDF. We come from different tribes. You saw them here during the laying of the wreath. Each tribe was recognized. But for us, the moment we join UPDF, we form one family, one tribe called UPDF. We come from different clans, but the moment we join, we forget about those clans, we form one clan, UPDF. And we are the only group in Uganda that has got a common language. One language, Kiswahili. But for all of you, when you go to Western and you are from Teso, there must be a translator but for us, therefore, among the people, you should know that have lost our UPDF. We have really lost our own. Number two, the man lying here possessed what I would call the NRM UPDF ethos. And it is this ethos that has been our source of strength and success in the last 42 years of our existence. These ethos are, he has been a highly disciplined officer and a leader. Number two ethos is patriotism. He has been a patriotic. Number three is Pan-Africanism. You have heard from testimonies that he fought in Congo, he fought in, I don't think he had relatives in Congo, but because of pursuing this ideology of Pan-Africanism, he went to Congo and South Sudan to fight. So he was a Pan-Africanist. The other ethos is good fighting. You heard again testimonies that he was a good fighter. And why do we call ourselves good fighters? You become a good fighter when you are disciplined, patriotic, and believe in the cause of Africa. The other point I want to make is he has been a real cadre. A real cadre. I have my own definition of cadreship, and I say a cadre must be that one who grasps, who understands the ideologies, the aims, the objectives, the purpose for which the system he or she believes in stands for. Once you have known that, it does not qualify you to become a complete cadre. You have to add two. The second one is to have the ability pass them on to others. Then the third one is what the English today call walking. If you believe in them, do you do them? So that is what completes a cadreship. So the person, our comrade lying here, was a real cadre. Finally, Comrade Charles was a pragmatic leader. When he retired and joined politics and became an LC5 chairman of OYAM, I was in northern Uganda already, like I have told you. And insurgents was still going on. But because of his quality of leadership, he mobilized him and other leaders, the people of Lango, to reject the Konye people. And within few years, insurgents had been defeated because of his. Not only that, when he became the chairman, I remember, and those of you from Lango,
Can you conclude, Honorable?
You will bear with me that Oyam became a model district in terms of development when he was the chairman there. Finally, I want to convey my condolences to my sister and your entire family. They hosted, during my activities there, they hosted me at their home, and she fed me for quite some time. I want to convey our condolences, myself and my family, to you and your children, and Honorable Sam, to you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the entire Parliament, to His Excellency the President and the entire Cabinet, to the people of Oyam and those of Lango, and then all Ugandans, for this sad and unfortunate death of our comrade. May the soul of Comrade Chad
Switch on.
May his soul rest in perfect peace. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. There's something I've realized. Everybody is saying, I have eaten. I have visited Machodrogo's home. How many have visited your homes? When you go back home, make analysis and say, what have I borrowed today? What have I got from today's debate? How many people have ever visited my home, have eaten in my home, and that kind of thing? How many people have I educated? West Nile is chairperson West Nile, and is also an in-law. Joyce happens to come from West Nile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. On behalf of the in-laws and on behalf of the people of West Nile and on my own behalf, I want to send our condolences to the family of the late, to His Excellency the President, to the Speaker of Parliament, to the people of Uganda, but also to Wonyachi of Lango. We have lost a humble man, very courageous and very simple. In the late 1980s and 1990s, it was very difficult for us from northern Uganda and West Nile to come to Kampala. On several occasions, me personally had to come over the water of Lake Albert to Wanseko, to Bulisa, because the road was blocked by the LRA. And so today, if we are mourning someone who contributed, of course he worked with other people, who contributed to the peace, the return of peace to northern Uganda, and the pacification where the roads became open for us to move. We really need to thank God for him and also say that his soul rests in eternal peace.
Thank you.
The recovery of West Nile The recovery of northern Uganda came because of the peace these people brought to us. Now they have brought peace, the war has stopped. Now the recovery is now on wealth creation. I went to Yam and I saw how people were vandalizing the electricity which would to wealth. We now pray that as we send him off, let vandalism of those poles stop. Let the LRA war victims from northern Uganda, from West Nile, be paid so that they can now have a full recovery. I want to pray for the family to be united. At the same time, I want to pray for all of us to give comfort to the family, and may the soul of Colonel Charles Engola Machodwogo rest in eternal peace.
Thank you so much, Teso Parliamentary Group, Sebei Parliamentary Group.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, from you as the Speaker, to the Prime Minister when she moved the motion, and to all the great speakers who have really spoken today, I must say that I'm a good student and a good listener. I want to associate myself with all that has been said, the positives that have been said about the gentleman. I have been sitting here for some time with all the good things, asking myself a very difficult question. This is a parliament that makes laws and amends laws. And it has been hitting me so hard that I only imagine that if a Bible was such a book that could be amended, I would have revisited the book of Genesis. At the time that judgment was passed in the Garden of Eden, you know what happened? When Adam was there and Eve, and God came and asked, and they simply passed blame to one another without putting up any defense. There was no lawyer in the Garden of Eden who could have appealed the sentence. They said, you'll suffer death. You could be able to toil. If there are personalities that deserved a second chance, that deserved to live longer, it is the person lying in front of us. I come from Teso sub-region, and we mourn with Lango. Teso was infested with LRA. But when the Tabulés moved away from Lango running towards Teso, it was like a wounded buffalo. They responded with Amuka, we responded with the Arrow Boys. That's how the contribution was so immense. We are sacrificed at the time to go to the bush, to fight. They spent sleepless nights to make us the better citizens that we are today. May you rest in peace. May you rest in peace.
Thank you. Sebe?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to join our colleagues in conveying our condolences as people from Sebei sub-region. We would like to convey our condolences to the family, Parliament, and entire country for the death of our brother, Honorable Charles Okello Machdwogwo. I last met him in Namtumba when we were celebrating a Labor Day. And that very day is when I interacted with him for my first time. When he realized that I came from Sebei, he was telling me he wanted some coffee seedling. There is a variety called Catmos. He wanted to test that variety of that breed in his farm, and I had promised him that I was going to get for him 200 seedlings, but it is to my dismay that I didn't interact with him again. So my message to the family, if there is anyone who wants to continue with what he has been doing, please, I'm ready to avail the 200 seedlings for testing, so that he can as well, his work be remembered. So may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Mrs. Engola. Mrs. Engola.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand in this Parliament with a lot of sadness. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Charles Okeli Ngola Machudwogo was my brother-in-law, first cousin to my dear husband, the Honorable Sam Ngola. In Lango, we belong to clans. We are identified by clans. Macho Dwogo and I belong to the clan of Otikokin, a very powerful one. Macho Dwogo served as an executive member, promoting Luo or promoting Lango language, culture, and tradition. Right Honorable Speaker, Macho Dwogo supported orphans, churches, and promoted fish farming and agriculture. The late stood with his people in good and bad times. He was our strength and hope in the sub-region. Right Honorable Speaker, Macho Dwogo is honored for serving greatly in the UPDF. Macho Dwogo was the first LC5 chairperson of Apache district, the district I represent in this house. Right Honorable Speaker, he was chair of Oyam, LC5 chairman, for 2 terms. While he was there, he moved with sticks in his car to beat people along the way or trading centers found drinking alcohol known as lira lira. Now that means he advocated for hard work. Right Honorable Speaker, life is very fragile. What has happened has happened. To us as a family, it is too heavy for us to take, and yet we can't run away from it. Madam Speaker, Macho Dwogo was a very courageous NRM flag bearer for Oyam North. Macho Dwogo will be remembered for what he did in northern Uganda, especially during the Konyo War, and that history in Lango will never disappear. Right Honorable Speaker, on Sunday, we drove to Bombo Military Hospital to view his body. Madam Speaker, that body there was shot 28 times. Madam, for us as a family, there are questions to ask, but God knows. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your support. I want to thank your deputy for the same support, and also thank colleagues and government for support. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Vice Gender. Honorable members, we have to give the body to the family. when it is still early.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I add my voice in support of the motion to pay tribute to our foreign colleague, Honorable Charles Engola. My condolences to the family.
Some silence, members.
My condolences to the family, the people of Oyam, and Ugandans. Honorable Speaker, I'm the Vice Chairperson of Gender, Labour and Social Development Committee. But Honorable Engola has been a very humble person, very respectful. Whenever we summoned the Ministry of Gender to appear on issues of labor, he used to appear himself. Honorable Speaker, there are ministers who are summoned before committees and they don't appear. But that wasn't Honorable Engola. When we were handling the petition on migrant workers, was very instrumental before the committee.
Commissioner, come back and wait.
And it's very sad that our committee is handling an amendment of the Employment Act 2006. And before us, we have two bills. We have the government bill and the private members bill. It's sad that the week Honorable Engola was gunned down, we had to interface with him. So as a committee, we got some setback, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Engola has been an exemplary leader, both in private and in the army, though he's retired. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Busoga. Commissioner. Busoga, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of Busoga Parliamentary Group and the colleagues who may not get chance of paying tribute, allow me, be on record, to convey condolences to the August House, you, Right Honourable Speaker, the UPDF family, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, upon the demise of our colleague. Right Honourable Speaker, on 1st May, it was the last public appearance of our colleague in Namutumba for the Labour Day celebrations. Right Honourable Speaker, I saw the civility and simplicity of our colleague when the ADC, they invited the Honourable Minister to the podium to go and make his remarks, then invite the Senior Minister to speak. When the ADC rushed the umbrella to offer him shelter to the podium, the man rejected like nothing. The public, those of us who are viewing, saw it in a bad light. After the function, I had a one-on-one. I said, Honourable Minister, what happened? He said, I wanted to show solidarity to the soldiers who had braved the rains on the parade. That was a serious credit that needs to be emulated by senior people in this country. The other issue was the harassment of colleagues who had gone for that function. They were over-intercepted by the SFC that we were manning the different entrance points.
By the security personnel, because you can't know whether they are SFC or they are ready tops or whichever. By armed personnel.
Right on, I take your guidance, but I saw what happened. Because a number of members ended up entrance and went back. A case in point was Honorable Dubai. He said, you people, this is enough. I can't stress myself any longer. Honorable Lukinensuka, I had to bargain with the people to usher him in. So the minister apologized. He told me, that's the reason I insisted to be on record, is to say and tell members, because the Honorable Minister had said, I'm so sorry, and tell colleagues that this will never happen. It is unfortunate that that commitment, he will not see it happen, but he told me to tell members he was so sorry as one of the key organizers of this function.
And indeed it will not happen again. Charity, that should not happen again to members, the harassment.
Right Honorable, finally, Right Honorable Speaker, finally, Right Honorable Speaker, finally, 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting on immigrant workers at Fairway Hotel, where Honorable Okero Riema attended, Honorable Naito attended. that one, I have done my part in fostering the current MOU to do with externalization of labor under Saudi Arabia. And he was committing himself that he's going to fast track similar arrangements with other countries where our children are suffering like nothing. I want to appeal to the sitting minister, kindly follow this up to allow our friend rest in eternal peace when his dream has come to pass. I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, the death of our colleague punches a hole in the professionalism the UPDF has been preaching and has invested in a lot. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity because I didn't want this sitting to end without us members of parliament, especially the women members of parliament, to appreciate that the UPDF is a good force while you still live. But when you die, your family and children are forgotten there and then. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the UPDF that Charles Engola is dead because of a gun that came from a UPDF. Thank you. Because of a gun that came from the UPDF officer. We shall not take it lightly in northern Uganda that his children, his wife, and the entire family shall not get justice, and also that they cannot be taken care of as he would have done. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pledge that as a House we shall come back in unity with the other members in northern Uganda and ensure that our children are well taken care of by the UPDF. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Acheng. Ayo Acheng.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion moved by the Right Honorable Speaker that this Parliament pay tribute to the late Honorable Colonel Charles Okele Ngola Machudwogo, Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, I happen to be among the district leaders of Apache that held several meetings with the late Charles Okele Ngola. After realizing his work during the LRA war, his mobilization, his relationship with the civilians, and need for development, that we then called him to come and join politics and be the district chairperson of Apache. At first he told us, no, I think I should do what I know best, which is the army. But after several meetings, even the president had initially refused to release him. Then Honorable Sam Engola used this position, good relationship with the president, to convince him to release Honorable Charles Okele Ngola. That's when now he became the district chairperson of Apache, district chairperson of Yam, and then came to Parliament. But Right Honorable Speaker, Okelo was a symbol of peace, of security, and development in Lango, northern Uganda, and the country. For us, just seeing the late Okele Ngola moving around, you would know we still have our peace and security. But today, Right Honorable Speaker, our symbol is down. We pray that fire continue to be lit in our kitchen in northern Uganda, in Lango, and in the country. But Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to speak one thing that I have observed. With a due respect to UPDF and security forces, and this is for all the ministers in this country that have got escorts and bodyguards. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a tendency when these officers are going with their bosses to the field that their duty allowances are paid to either their commander or the ADC or somebody in charge. And that person would then pay these officers when their principals are not even aware of what is going on. Right Honorable Speaker, from my experience, that I at one time dealt with a DPC who presented a budget of paying his officers who are going to be on duty 20,000 shillings. But he ended up paying them 5,000 shillings. The officers put him at gunpoint. So for ministers, I want the Prime Minister that the permanent in these ministries must make sure that the allowances of officers who are guarding the ministers and anybody is paid directly to them, but not through a third party. Because the circumstance under which the man I know for long, the late Colonel Okelingola, died, and when I saw him lying, it was a great pity, painful and shameful. Just because, Right Honorable Speaker, you would find that somebody is paid to give the officers money, but he does not give them all the money. Okelingola then dies an innocent person in circumstances that he did not create himself, Right Honorable Speaker. So this must be taken seriously for all the ministers and their bodyguards, and they must pay them promptly. We are not going to run away from certain facts and truth, and then tomorrow we end up coming back here again talking about the same thing, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to tell the family of Okello that the late Okello died an accomplished man, a hero. Forget about the people who believe that one way of survival in this country is to talk negatively about people. It is so painful when you have lost a dear one and somebody starts celebrating and somebody starts sending messages and recording bad things. Right Honorable Speaker, the communication, the offensive communication bill act that was passed here was quashed by court.
That is not correct. It was only one provision, Section 25.
Section 25. And yet Section 25 deals with the offensive communication and computer abuse. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament must find a way.
Now you're talking about the All Act.
But that section is actually...
No. You can still prosecute a person using the same act. You're talking about something, just one section. Yes.
Thank you for your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. Then why is it that Uganda is one country where somebody speaks anything and get away with it? For example, it is moving on social media where a man called Tamale Mirundi has recorded, he knows who killed who, is he giving 2 weeks? If it is not produced, he's going to produce it. He knows who killed everybody. The hate speech that we are allowing to continue to get normal in this country will make a nice, peaceful, and lovely country people will think is a very bad place to live in. Then the law must take its course and bring this to an end or get reduced, but not at the level where it is being practiced, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you. May the soul of the late Colonel Charles Peter Okelingola Machudwogo rest in peace, our hero. Thank you.
Catherine, Jane.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise in support of the motion that was moved by the Right Honorable Prime Minister to pay tribute to our fallen colleague, brother, Senior Honorable Colonel Okello Engola Machudogo. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to convey my condolences, that of my family, and the condolences of the people of Omoro District to the bereaved family of our fallen brother, Colonel Okello Engola Machudogo. Madam Speaker, from what has been talked about in the House this afternoon about Okello Engola, there's testimonies, Madam Speaker. 1, living above self. 2, Right Honorable Speaker, serving for the common need of our people. Honorable Okello Engola chose to serve in the military and grew from the lowest rank up to the rank of a colonel, serving in the military, a field, a department of service that is very risky. And he did it very diligently. And we are benefiting as a region from the outcome of his service. He has been a pacifier, Madam Speaker. While he was in the brigade commander in Opit, Madam Speaker, Opit is in Omoro district, neighboring Oyam district. The people of Omoro district have expressed their sympathy for the loss of this gallant son, while the people of Lango, Okele Ngola Machu Duogo, the people of Opit, the people of Omoro district, knows the very meaning of this name, Machu Duogo, because they are direct beneficiaries. Madam Speaker, I wish to end and quote the words of Scott Hindlen when he said the value of a person and a person's life is measured by the number of lives the person has touched. From the efforts of Okele Ngola, through ensuring that we receive peace in the region, he was able to touch so many lives, particularly of the vulnerable people, the women, the children. Madam Speaker, while he was serving as chairperson LC5 Oyam district, that's the time I got to know him better. I was a resident district commissioner in Pade district. He was the LC5 chairman, I think, in Apache. We were in a meeting discussing about NUSAF too, that time. The first time I got up to speak very passionately on the issue of ensuring that we support livelihood component of the people that have returned home, I picked interest to know who this man was. So, Madam Speaker, I am not surprised during the eulogies today with the testimonies that the honorable members were giving about Honorable Okelo Ngola Majudugo. We have lost a great man, a man with great humility, and I strongly believe there's a word Honorable Okelo Ngola told me when we were in our campaigns for the first time in the by-elections in Omoro when I came to Parliament. I didn't know that Honorable Sewungu, who was confessed today, was in the team of Honorable Mao campaigning on the other side. I was the candidate on the side of Okele Ngola with Honorable Mao, hitting us badly. But Okele Ngola told me one thing. When they phoned him, the Honorable Mao entered the rally, that Honorable Okele Ngola was addressing the people. When they started throwing words against him, he kept quiet, he did not answer. I was wondering, what kind of military man is this? He didn't answer, he didn't respond to them. I asked him, I said, what should we do? He said, you're a candidate, just sneak from behind and disappear. Let me deal with the situation. It didn't take long. After about 6 minutes, I got a call from another sub-county, which was about 7 kilometers from there, Lalogi sub-county, that Honorable Okele Ngola Majudugo was already in Lalogi sub-county and left the Honorable Mao and their team in that very place.
Thank you.
Humility.
Thank you.
Humility takes you to greater heights. I want to appeal to honorable colleagues. We are all in positions of leadership and we are serving this country. What shall we be remembered for? I wish to express my condolences again to the bereaved family of the Honorable Okelo Ngola Majudugo.
Thank
May
you,
his soul rest in
Honorable
eternal
Jena
peace.
Chen.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I pay tribute to our fallen brother, Honorable Charles Ngola Machuduogo, a painful death that we cannot change, a death that has robbed us and the people of Lango and Uganda of a very gallant son. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 2nd of May, when I was called by the brother, Honorable Sam Ngola, and his wife, to rush to Chanja with an ambulance that Honorable Machodogo had been shot, I thought I was rushing to save life. Indeed, I rushed with an ambulance. When I got there, Honorable Ngola, no life to save. I looked at my brother lying on the ground in a pool of blood. An image that will never leave my eyes and my heart as long as I live. Honorable Macho Duogo was a very loving man, very kind, very humble. As everybody else has said, he served his country honestly in different ministries and diligently, without any word of corruption tainting his name. I want to appreciate his wife, whom I had to look for on that day and bring back home because she was so stressed. She was in a clinic, and I told her, Joyce, I call her Joyce because I have known her, you have to be strong. I want to appreciate her for being strong, and the entire family. Because had she broken down, many of us would not have been able to bear this terrible pain that we are going through. Right Honorable Speaker, and for many of you who are praying in this parliament, the area of Chanja and Kulambiro needs extra attention from the security people. If you look closely and look back at the deaths, Kawesi, Chirumira, our Honorable General Katumba, my brother Honorable Macho Duogo, Isma yesterday, and many others are all happening in the same area. For us who are prayerful, we believe that there is a spirit that needs to be broken. And I want to call upon the security people really study that area. I know there are many other areas where such things happen, but study that area very carefully. Right Honorable Speaker, for us, the people of Lango, we are in. We know the entire parliament and the entire Uganda is in pain, but we are in great pain. We want questions answered. We want something said to us to relieve us of this pain. We want to understand why somebody wakes up early in the morning to go to work, to go to cabinet, and is shot in cold blood. We don't understand. Our people don't understand. The people of Lango don't understand. We are in pain. And that pain can only be relieved by the investigators. Right Honorable Speaker, not even the post-mortem report can relieve our pain. But I believe that with all your support, the spirit of love and togetherness, we shall overcome. My condolences to you, to His Excellency the President, and to the entire Parliament. And on behalf of the people of Lira City, allow me also to bring their condolences. Many of Honorable Charles Singola's relatives reside in Lira City. I bring their condolences. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. You speak first, then Government Chief Whip.
Right,
2 minutes, members.
Right Honorable Speaker had already indicated to you that I want to move an amendment to the motion moved by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. But before I do that, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to raise just 2 points. One is that allow me with a lot of difficulties to appreciate the role President Museveni played in identifying the fallen brother, son, and friend of ours, and making him to demonstrate that indeed we still have young men and men who can serve with the Lion brand. So the Lion brand did not go with Lokech. The Lion brand was still with our brother Charles Engola, and I believe we still have Lion brand in this country. So may we preserve them and use them properly. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I'm not speaking as a politician, I'm speaking as a member of the family. My beautiful mother, who passed on a couple of years ago, came from the family of Kele Engola and Sam Engola. The beauty you saw in her is the beauty we all carry the genes of. So I'm very proud of being associated with that particular clan.
That's why you are Miss Uganda.
That's what they claim. They claim that I've been Miss Uganda because of them. But the Right Honorable Speaker, and one of the things that we need to note about Engola is that it would surface at the time of need. Charles Engola was recruited by his brother, the older brother, along into the army when he had just left school. And the boy was able to prove his skill as a young man. And by the time the NRA came to power, he was already artillery commander, but deployed in the West. And what we all wondered, as people who are in government, were wondering what could have happened to Charles Engola when he quickly moved to the other side, to the LRA. But now I know what might have happened, because the president said he caught up with Charles on the artillery. So now we understand what happened. But I really appreciate that the president was able to identify Charles Engola to make him to play a role, the critical role that we have shared today. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion. I have read the motion, and I feel that this parliament has come up with a lot of issues.
You're moving another motion without notice?
I'm moving an amendment. Sorry, I'm moving an amendment. I'm moving an amendment that, mindful of the fearless and dedicated service Colonel Sir Engola Masoduogo rendered to the country, culminating into normalization and stability of security situation in Lango sub-region and beyond, and aware of the brutal manner in which his life was taken by a soldier deployed to protect his life, we therefore move as follows: that the government considers posthumous elevation of his rank from that of colonel to brigadier general, and that the government further considers reasonable and compassionate remedial package to take care of the widows and orphans, many of whom are still school-going age. Finally, government pays more attention to the recruitment, training, vetting, and deployment processes of armed forces. I beg to amend.
Of course, you can't amend on something.
I beg to move.
You can't make an amendment on what affects Article 93. You cannot do that. It has an effect on Article 93. Can we hear from Honorable Mao?
I had consulted all of them, so I knew what I was.
Honorable Mao, can the amendment be made when it has an effect on the financial implication?
Madam Speaker, a resolution of Parliament means the prevailing sentiment of the legislature. There is no bar, because it is still at the discretion of those concerned to decide whether to do it or not. But it is in order for this Parliament to express its prevailing sentiment.
Government Chief Whip, leader of government business. I need a statement from you so that before I put a question, I don't want an aspect of I was forced.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is difficult for somebody to make a decision now, bearing the situation under which we are. I request that you allow me consult government, consult the president, consult cabinet. We shall come up with an answer and inform this August House.
Madam Speaker, these are our recommendations as Parliament. It is the desire of Parliament. And if you read the mood of the House, including that coming from the ministers, is that these concerns are the main concerns. And Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot eulogize this man for 4 hours and then leave as if we just came for a cup of tea. We are leaving a widow, we are leaving children. There are over 150 children who have to go back to school that the colonel was paying. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot just leave because we are consulting. Consulting who? His Excellency the President is even following our debate, and he knows what we are saying, and I'm sure he will also subscribe to what we are saying right now. Because Colonel Ngola was his cadre, and the children who are left are going to be his responsibility. So we want to help the President to take care of the children and to take responsibility. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we have to register our concern. And now you are forcing me to speak as an elder when I was actually just speaking as a humble legislator pleading that case.
Honorable members, you've had the amendment on the prayers, on the motion. Oh, you've had. Is that seconded? Seconded by who? The amendment is seconded. It is seconded by the whole House, with the exception of Nandu, Harriet, Amongi, and the Prime Minister. Honorable members, we will make the amendment. It is upon government to see whether to implement it or not. This is a trying time. Honorable Ngola was gunned down by a soldier on duty. And that's why I'm saying we need to know the cause. Much as we are saying we need to support the family of Honorable Ngola, we should also support the family of Sabiti. And as we look for why did Sabiti do that, Sabiti has died on duty. Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, from the time the Honorable Colonel retired Charles Okele Ngola, Machudwogo Paston, up to now, it is befitting to say thank you to the many key stakeholders who have so far made it possible. I want to thank, on behalf of the political family where the late belonged, where he was a member, he served with loyalty, he served with conviction, and that is the National Resistance Movement Party. I wish to thank His Excellency the President and Cabinet for granting him an official burial. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to also thank you, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and all of you colleagues. We have demonstrated through this tribute motion, we have generated consensus on the various contributions, on the various submissions especially on the role played by the late Honorable Colonel, retired Charles Okele Engola Machoduogo, as a father, as a soldier, as a politician, and as a leader. I pay tribute and thank you, honorable colleagues. This is probably the first where Parliament has sat, and it is coming to almost 7 in the year 2023, unprecedented. And Right Honorable Speaker, we want to thank you, even for personally paying homage to the deceased Om in Chanja, including the Deputy Speaker. And we want to thank you for your personal contributions that you have made, and also the official one on behalf of the institution of Parliament. I believe that, honorable members, the journey has not yet ended. Tomorrow we are at Kololo at 10 in the morning. Kindly spare time and come to Kololo. Whether you have taken a COVID test or not, please spare time and come to Kololo. On Saturday, we pray with you that again get time and come to Yam, where our colleague will be laid to rest at his ancestral home. Kindly get time. Oyam from Kampala up to there is about 3 hours, 30 minutes, average speed. So we want to pray with you, honorable colleagues, that find time, come and stand with the people of Lango. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me state this, that in every culture, especially in Africa, in every society in Africa, there will always be this figurehead that is an authority on a particular subject matter. When it comes to the issue of peace and security, from the perspective of the people of Lango, we would heavily rely on the late. His knowledge in the military, the fact that he is a military man, at the same time a politician, whenever Colonel Okello sneezes on matters of peace and security, Lango definitely would see some signs and symptoms of peace. And today we are here. We have a number of our sons and daughters. Do we know whether they have his courage? The answer is definitely no. The raiders from Karamoja came about 2-3 weeks ago. He had already demonstrated commitment to move to the field because he is that commander we rely on matters of peace and security. He is no more. Just like stated here, we are human. Whatever statements we make must be taken in good faith at this point in time. That the death of Honorable Colonel retired Charles Okele Ngola Machoduogo leaves more questions than answers. It leaves more questions than answers. But we want to thank him for his contribution. He sacrificed his life for the peace of his people, sacrificed his life for the peace of his country. He was a loyal and a committed member of his party. Honorable Charles Okele Ngola would only contribute in meetings of the NRM if he must. He had that discipline from the military. But if he must contribute, you would see a giant rising up with humility, and he makes his contribution direct and straight to the point. We will miss him, but to the family, we want to say, may you find comfort in the risen Lord. To the children, you are not alone. You are not alone. There are a number of orphans in this house, including the Right Honorable Speaker.
but God lifted her. The Right Honorable Prime Minister is here. A number of orphans are here.
Including
The
yourself.
God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is the God of orphans, is the God of widows. The late Colonel left a mark, and we hope and pray that that mark will. A number of you of his names, Engola, Okelo, Engola, Okelo. We hope and pray that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob will guide the people of Yam North. And we hope and pray that may the legacy.
UBC, inspiring Uganda. Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Airtel. Download Airtel TV to watch and support Ugandan talent on The Voice Africa every Sunday at 8 p.m.